the vast expanse of India's mythological and spiritual heritage, Jamadagni emerges as a figure who embodies both wisdom and strength. A sage of Bhrigu lineage and one of the revered Saptarishi, he was not confined to meditation alone. His life was a rare fusion of scholarship and martial mastery. Jamadagni's household was a sanctuary of Vedic learning where the sacred hymns were preserved, transmitted, yet it was also a place where the science of weaponry, the art of warfare were refined into discipline of dharma, that is righteousness. His bow, saranga, and his knowledge of Dhanur Veda symbolize the union of intellect and arm, teaching the weapon are not instrument of conquest, but the guardian of righteousness. Jamadagni's life was not merely about personal achievement, it was about shaping the legacy that would endure through his son Parshuram, the warrior sage who carried forward his father's vision of dharma defended by strength. Thus, Jamadagni stands at the crossroad of meditation and battlefield, of the scholarship and strategy, reminding us that the true greatness lies in the harmonizing wisdom with power. In the tapestry of ancient Indian tradition, Jamadagni stands as a figure of profound duality. At once a sage immersed in spiritual wisdom, and the other part he is the master of martial science. His life reflects the delicate balance between pursuit of knowledge and the necessity of defense, between the serenity of meditation and the discipline of warfare. Jamadagni's contribution to the science of weaponry and the art of warfare are legendary. As a descendant of great sage Bhrigu, he inherited not only the spiritual insight but also a deep understanding of martial techniques. Ancient texts describe him as a custodian of Dhanur Veda, a branch of knowledge that encompass the use of bow, arrow, and divine weapons. His bow, saranga, became the symbol of his mastery, later passed on to his son Parshuram, who wielded it into a campaign against the Kshatriyas. Jamadagni's teaching emphasized discipline, precision, and the ethical use of force that is also applies on warfare. It was not just for the conquest, but for the protection of dharma, which is righteousness. In this way, he elevated martial science into a sacred art and inseparable from moral responsibility. The bow of dharma can be seen in the modern cybersecurity and AI governance. Our digital weapon, algorithms, data, and code must be aimed at protecting truth, justice, and not the exploitation. The legacy reminds us that the technology is powerful only when aligned with the ethical purpose. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, yet the Jamadagni was not merely a warrior sage. His spiritual and scholarly contribution are equally profound. As one of the world's revered Saptarishi, he played a vital role in preserving and transmitting the Vedic knowledge. His devotion to meditation, or spirituality made him a beacon of righteousness. His household became the center of learning. Legend recounts his ability to command nature itself, receiving boons from Surya, the sun god, and harnessing the divine cow, Kamadhenu, which symbolize abundance and substance. These stories reflect his stature as a sage who could bridge the material and the spiritual, guided by, and definitely that will help in guiding humanity towards balance. This was very important in the context of making the balance. If we think deeper and find out in 2026, that is actually more relevant. This continuity reflects how knowledge passes from one generation to the next, and today's AI pioneering inherit both innovation and responsibility. The art of war in 2026 is not just about weapon, but about navigating global conflict in cyber space, in trade wars, and AI ethics. Jamaat Agni's story reminds us that every new generation must weld its tool with wisdom. The tragedy of Jamadagni's death, slain by the men of King Kartivirya Arjun for refusing to surrender Kamdhenu, underscores the eternal tension between the spiritual authority and the worldly power. His martyrdom ignited Parshuram's vow to rid the earth of oppressive rulers, ensuring that Jamadagni's legacy lived on not only in a scholarship but also in action. Through his son, his teaching on weaponry dharma were carried forward, shaping one of the most dramatic cycles in Hindu mythology. So Jamaat Agni's life thus embodies a rare synthesis, the science of warfare tempered by spiritual wisdom. He demonstrated that true mastery of arms must be guided by restraint, ethics, and devotion to higher principle. His scholarly contribution ensured the continuity of Vedic tradition, while his martial legacy empowered future generation to defend righteousness. And him, the sage and the warrior, were not opposite, but it is kind of a two face of one life dedicated to preservation of dharma, that is righteousness. Now, if we see in the context of 2026, this mirrors actually how nations and corporations debate the ethical use of AI autonomous weapon. Just as Jamadagnis insisted on restraining, today's leaders grappled with ensuring AI-driven defense system remain accountable to human values. So Jamadagni's life is a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom and the mastery of strength are not opposite paths, but a complementary one. As sage, he safeguarded the Vedic tradition, nurtured the scholarship and the spiritual discipline. As a master of weaponry, he elevated warfare into a sacred science, teaching that arms must serve the righteousness rather than ambition. His martyrdom at the hand of worldly power underscores the kind of softness of spiritual authority. Yet, through Parshuram, his legacy endured and ensured that righteousness would always find a defender. So in Jamadagnis, we see the rare union of scholar, warrior, and meditation, and of course the meditation and the battlefield. His contribution continues to inspire, remind us that the true greatness lies not in domination, but in harmonizing knowledge with the responsibility and strength with virtue. So Jamadagni's contribution lies in his rare synthesis, and also it also reminds us, his story continues to inspire us, remind us that wisdom, strength must walk hand in hand. So please send your comments and subscribe our channel for more insight into Indian mythology and spirituality. See you in the next one. But before we close this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज है बृहस्पतिवार और जैसा कि आप सभी लोगों को पता होगा, ज़्यादातर लोगों को पता रहता है कि बृहस्पतिवार का जो दिन होता है ये भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज के दिन हम भगवान विष्णु की पूजा करते हैं, आराधना करते हैं और हर रोज की तरह अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान विष्णु का नमन करेंगे, उनको याद करेंगे। और आप जैसे जानते हैं कि हम हर मंत्र को 11 दफा करते हैं, तो आज भी हम एक बहुत ही आसान सा मंत्र भगवान विष्णु का जो मंत्र है वो 11 दफा हम रिसाइट करेंगे और हम ये काउंटर यूज करेंगे। इसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि नंबर आ जाते हैं, तो ये काफी हमें सहायता मिलती है कि हम इसमें देख लेते हैं कि कितनी बार हुआ है। आप जैसा मर्जी चाहे वैसा कर सकते हैं। आप उंगलियों का यूज कर सकते हैं, आप माला का यूज कर सकते हैं। आपके जो आपको कंफर्टेबल लगे वैसा करें। तो चलिए हम अपनी पूजा प्रारंभ करते हैं। आप सब हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस पूजा में पार्टिसिपेट करें। पहले तो हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और भगवान विष्णु का नमन करते हैं। ओम नमो वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारी पूजा आज की समाप्त होती है, तो हम इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में मिलते हैं। तब तक आपका दिन मंगलमय हो, शुभ हो। नमस्कार। Hello friends, welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second. But not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts, shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows. suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight. Right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition. It is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut costs into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are, anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path leads to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, three breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So, friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. All right. So before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome and namaskaram. Let me ask you, is the era of the crude oil reaching its sunset? In a provocative new market analysis, Morgan Stanley has declared that the salt is a new oil, signaling a fundamental shift in the global energy landscape. In this episode of Akulmach, we decode the strategic move behind this bold prediction. We were moving beyond the traditional commodity talk to explore why sodium ion technology is poised to disrupt the battery market, why major institutions are pivoting their long term resources and strategy towards the humble salt mine. Let's go. For over a century, the global economy has been fueled by a single substance. It's dictated borders, fueled wars, built empires, and defined the 20th century. We call it black gold. But what if I told you that the most powerful financial minds at Morgan Stanley are looking at the future where that black gold is being challenged by something you probably have in your kitchen right now? Yes, you heard it correctly. It is salt. Morgan Stanley has dropped the bombshell prediction. Salt is the new oil. It sounds hyperbolic, almost ridiculous at first, but when you look at the supply chain, the battery technology, and the massive shift in the global energy strategy, it starts to make sense. So, friends, before we move forward, if you have reached so far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let us continue with our discussion. We aren't just talking about table salt, we are talking about sodium ion revolution. Let's decode this strategy. Segment 1 is the limitation of the lithium age. To understand why Morgan Stanley is making this call, we have to look at our current bottleneck, which is lithium. The transition to electric vehicle and the massive energy storage grid has been built entirely on the lithium ion batteries. But there is a massive problem. Lithium is expensive, it's geopolitically concentrated, and it is notoriously difficult to mine and refine. We are effectively trading one scarce geopolitical sensitive resource, oil, for another, which is lithium. The market knows this. Investors are tired of the volatility. They are looking for an alternative, and that is abundant, cheap, and decentralized. Salt, especially sodium, is everywhere. Unlike lithium, which is concentrated in specific triangle region of the world, salt can be found in almost every country on earth. It's cheap to extract, easy to process, and it does not require the same toxic environment footprint that we see with deep pit lithium mining. Morgan Stanley is essentially betting on the democratization of energy storage. If you can build a battery using sodium, you don't need to rely on supply chain that currently controls the battery market. And now with this, let's move to the next phase, which is the physics and the logic. So how does it actually works? This isn't just theoretical. Sodium ion battery technology has been in development for years, but the economics have been recently shifted to make it much more viable. The beauty of sodium is its stability. It performs better in cold weather than lithium, a huge factor for the automotive market. And it's inherently safer. While energy density is slightly lower than lithium for stationary storage, think powering a data center or a home backup system, sodium is absolutely winner. Think of it this way. Lithium is for high performance smartphones in your pocket. Sodium is for your massive power grids and electric trucks that move the global economy. So, Morgan Stanley analysts are looking at the scale. The future of the global economy isn't just about high speed EVs, it's about energy infrastructure. And when you calculate the cost per kilowatt hour at a global scale, sodium doesn't just compete with lithium, it threatens to dominate it. Next is the strategic shift and the geopolitics. Now, let's look at this through the lens of a business strategy. When a major institution like Morgan Stanley makes a prediction like this, they aren't just talking about batteries, they are talking about reshuffling of the global balance of power. If the energy storage becomes cheap and abundant because of salt, the geopolitical power of countries that currently control the rare earth and lithium supply chains start to diminish. It's a total decentralization of energy empire. So we often discuss the logistics empire on this channel. This is the ultimate logistic disruption. So if you can create energy security using a resource that is abundant within our own borders, why would you ever go to the current fragile global supply chain? It's about resilience. It's about unshakable, leadership. The leaders who recognize this shift now, before it becomes mainstream news, are the ones who will secure the supply chain for the next decade. And the philosophical perspective also is important. There is a lesson here that reminds us about the ancient wisdom we often explore on the channel. We talk about equanimity, staying steady in the face of change. The markets are currently experiencing a frantic gold rush for batteries, but the unshakable market player doesn't chase the noise. They look for the foundation. They look for the substance that is quite abundant and enduring. Perhaps the reason, reason that salt is the new oil isn't just about batteries. It's about the value of simplicity. In a world of complex, volatile, and expensive system, sometimes the most disruptive innovation is the one that was right in front of us the whole time. Is this just a speculative bubble, or are we witnessing the beginning of sodium era? I want to hear from you. Do you think salt will actually replace oil, or is the infrastructure barrier too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Let's debate about this data. If you enjoyed this deep dive, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe our channel. We cover the intersection of business, astronomy, tech, and the future of human progress. So don't want to miss our next broadcast? Definitely you want to hit that bell icon as well. I'm CK and I will see you very soon in the next one, my friends. Hello friends, Namaskaram. In this video, we dive into the bizarre world of super puff planet celestial bodies that are so incredibly low density that they defy our current understanding of the physics and planetary formation. Astronomers have recently identified these strange worlds orbiting distant stars, and the science behind them is turning the world of astronomy upside down. Are these planets made of gas, or is it something else going on here? Join us as we explore the mystery of these impossible. Let's go. For millennia, humanity has looked at the stars and assumed we understood the rules of the game. Gravity pulls things together, pressure builds up, and the planet forms into a dense solid sphere. It's a cosmic certainty. But what if I told you we have found planet that doesn't follow these rules? What if we found the worlds that are essentially giants floating balls of fluff? Today we're talking about super puff planets. These are worlds with the density of cotton candy, defying the laws of the physics as we know them today. They shouldn't exist according to our current models of the planetary formation. Yet, there they are, orbiting distant stars. Today, we are going to peel back the curtain on these astrophysical mystery and ask, how can the planet be less dense than the very air we breathe? So, friends, let's dive in. To understand why these planets are so mind-bending, we need to talk about one of the concept in physics, which is density. In simple terms, density is how much stuff you can cram into a certain amount of space. Think of steel, marble versus marshmallow. They might be the same size, but one is clearly denser than the other. Is our solar system, we have the gas giants, Jupiter and Saturn. They are massive, they are huge, but because they are so big, their own gravity crushes their core, making them relatively dense. Even though they are made of gas, they aren't fluffy, they are compressed. So friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know the name of your city or country from where you have tuned in and watching this video. Now let's proceed further on our breakdown. We have these super puffs. Imagine a planet the size of Jupiter, but with the mass of a small rock or a handful of cotton candy. If you were to, take the average density of these worlds, we are talking about numbers so low they seems like error in the data. We are talking about materials with densities lower than the styrofoam. When astronomers first saw this, they didn't think, oh, look at this new planet. They thought, my telescope must be broken. Here is a problem: the gravity. Gravity is the architect of the universe, it pulls everything towards the center. If you have a planet that is the size of a gas giant, gravity should be crushing the gas down into a dense, compact sphere. What is the standard recipe of a planet? This is exactly what we know so far. But these super puffs, they are defied this principle against the squeeze. They are puffed up to a size that, by all right, should have caused them to collapse under their own weight long ago. It's like trying to build a skyscraper out of thin air without a frame to hold it. The physics tells us that these planets should have either collapsed into denser version of themselves, or their atmosphere should have been blown away by the stellar radiation of their parent star long ago. So why are they still here? Why haven't these evaporated yet? Why haven't these collapsed yet? This is the central conflict. It is a challenge to our established understanding of how solar system matures. And just like in like the corporate world, when the system doesn't work the way it's supposed to, we have to reevaluate the strategy. So in this case, the strategy in is astrophysics, and we might need a new playbook or a new theory. So how do we explain this? Scientists have proposed few theories, and they are fascinating. Theory number one is the rings. What if we are looking at a ring of a planet, not the planet itself? If the planet has a massive dusty ring system tilted towards us, it might look much larger than it actually is, throwing off our density calculation. It's an optical illusion of the cosmic proportion. Theory number two, atmospheric haze. Maybe the planet isn't puffy in the sense of being light, but it's shrouded in a massive thick layer of high altitude dust or haze that makes it appear large to our instrument than it really is. We are measuring the edge of the dust, not the planet's surface. Theory number three, the age. These might just be very young planets. When a planet forms, it's incredibly hot. That heat creates pressure pushing outwards against the gravity. Maybe these are just the toddler planet that haven't cooled down and contracted yet. They are hot, energetic, and still expanding. The beauty of this mystery is that it proves we don't have all the answers yet. That is an exciting place to be. Every time we find something that shouldn't exist, we are forced to evolve our theories. Whether it is in business, philosophy, or astrophysics, the moment we stop questioning our assumption is the moment we stop growing. These cotton candy planets are a reminder that the universe is far more creative than our models. They challenge us to look at things closer, much closer, to develop better sensors, and to question the data we take for granted. We are currently living in the golden age of exoplanet discovery. With every new impossible world we find, we aren't just finding a new planet, we are expanding the definition of what is possible and what is not. Perhaps the lesson here is one of the equanimity. When the data doesn't match the expectation, don't panic, observe, analyze, and refine your approach. If a planet can be made of cotton candy, surely we can handle the challenge of our own modern lives. So, friends, what do you think? Going on with these super puff planets, are they rings? Are they young, or something else entirely? Let me know your theories in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this journey into the weird corner of the cosmos, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell to join us on our next deep dive. I'm CK, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. Until then, keep looking up.
Hello friends! In order to unlock the ancient source code of the elite leadership, in this video we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover a framework that modern CEOs and executives often overlook, which is the dual engine of success. While the most business leaders focus solely on the material, which are KPIs, revenue, and infrastructure, the Gita teaches us that the true power lies in the integration of the material world with the spiritual, which is visionary world. Let's go forward and understand this in more detail. In the world of high stake business, we are taught to worship the tangible. We track KPIs, we optimize supply chains, we study market volatility, and we obsess over the quarterly earning reports. We are told that if you can't measure it, that means it doesn't exist. But every seasoned CEO knows that there is a ghost in the machine. Why do two companies with the same capital and the same technology yield vastly different results? Why does one founder build a legacy while other just build a bank account? The answer isn't in a management textbook. It's probably given in 7,000-year-old dialogue on a battlefield. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita chapter 7 verse 6. It is a verse that defines that very architecture of the existence, and if you look closely, the architecture of the elite organization. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. The verse reads, and the quote starts, "Know that all living beings are manifested from these two energies. I am the source of the entire creation, and into me it again dissolves." Quote close. Bhagwan Krishna is describing a dual engine. He speaks of two energies, which is Apar Shakti, it stands for lower material energy, and the Parashakti, which is higher spiritual energy. For a CEO, these aren't abstract religious concepts. They are the two wings of your aircraft. Let's look at two energies. The material engine. This is your infrastructure, your hardware, your cash flow, your legal framework, and your data. It is the body of your company. Now, what about visionary engines? This is the consciousness, your corporate culture, your why, your innovation, and the collective spirit of your people. It is the soul of your company. The Gita tells us that you cannot have one without the other. To be a master of the universe or master of the market, you must command both. Let's talk about the material engine. First, in the Gita, this is the realm of the elements. In business, this is the operational excellence. If your material engine is sluggish, your vision doesn't matter. You can have the most spiritual or purpose-driven company in the world, but if your logistics fail or your product is buggy, the creation dissolves. A CEO must be a scientist of the materials. You must respect the laws of economy, the reality of physics, and the hard data of the marketplace. This is the foundation, but it is only half the story. The visionary engine is the Parashakti, the higher energy. This is where most modern leaders fail. They treat their employee like machines and their brand like transactions. Gita teaches that the spiritual energy is the animate of the material itself. It's like another form of material. Think about it. Culture is invisible, trust is invisible, purpose is invisible. Yet, these are the forces that make a team stay late on a Friday night to hit a deadline. These are the forces that make your customer choose you over a cheaper competitor. As a CEO, your job is to provide the consciousness for the organization. If you are only managing the material, you are just a caretaker. If you are managing the spirit, you are the leader. The second half of verse 6 is where it gets intense. Krishna says, "I am both the creator and the destroyer of the entire world." This is the ultimate lesson in agility. A CEO must be comfortable with creative destruction, market changes, technology disrupt. To create a new feature of your company, you must be willing to destroy the old version of yourself. So what is a creator? You manifest new products, new markets, and new hope. What is a destroyer? You cut the dead weight. You end projects that no longer serves the vision. You dismantle outdated hierarchies. If you cling too hard to what you created yesterday, you cannot create for tomorrow. You must embody the cycle of the universe: birth, growth, and renewal. So as you go back to your boardroom, your spreadsheet, and your town hall, ask yourself, which engine am I running on? If you are only running on the material, you will eventually burn out or be disrupted. If you are only running on the visionary, you will drift without a direction. The dual engine CEO does both. They keep their feet firmly planted on the material reality of the market, but their eyes fixed on the spiritual, why of their existence. You are the source of your company's origin. You are the catalyst of its growth. You are the hand that must steer it through its inevitable transformation. Master the two energies, and then you will master the world. So, friends, what do you think about this? And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thank you for joining me on this journey through chapter 7. Lead with purpose, lead with power. Before I end the discussion today, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, you are most welcome. Namaskaram. In today's volatile market, CEOs are constantly looking for sustainable edge. While we obsess over metrics and ROI, the ancient wisdom offers a different perspective on growth and risk management. In order to address this issue, we will take help of Bhagavad Gita, and in this video we break down some of the learnings that can, tell us how to do better risk management. Let's go and discuss this further. Friends, you are a CEO. You live life by the key performance indicator. You look at the balance sheet, quarterly projections, and market share percentage. You are wired to believe that everything in business must have an immediate, measurable return on investment. If it doesn't scale, if it doesn't hit the bottom line today, you are told that it's a waste of time. But what if I told you that there is one specific investment, that is one strategy that defies the laws of quarterly accounting? What if I told you that in world of high frequency volatility, the most efficient thing you can do for your company is to commit to a path that seemingly doesn't offer a quick payout? So friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now let's move ahead. Today, we are going to look at 5,000-year-old business strategy from Bhagavad Gita. It's a verse that every CEO who is worried about longevity of their brand needs to, internalize. Following the path of dharma will never go waste, and that is where that is the first stanza of the verse. It will never hamper your progress, whereas even a little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is chapter 2, verse 40 of Bhagavad Gita. Now let us break it down. First, the word dharma. In business, especially in the business context, think of dharma not just as religion, but as your purpose or your right action. It is the alignment of your organization with its core values, its truth, and the responsibility to the ecosystem it operates in. The words make two massive claims. First, it will never go waste. Second, it saves you from many dangers. Let's look at why this is the ultimate competitive advantage. In business, we often view purpose or the ethics as a luxury. We think once I hit my revenue target, then I'll focus on the purpose. We treat it as an expense, something that sits in the charity budget, not the growth budget, etc. But the Gita argues the opposite. It says that the action taken in alignment with your true purpose never go waste. Think about compounding interest. When you start a business, your early efforts often yield zero visible results. You are pouring time, money, and soul into a product or a culture that hasn't taken off yet. But the traditional matrix, that is wasted time, but Dharma says no. So, as per the tradition, you will think, oh, it's completely gone case and time wasted and revenue loss. But Dharma says no. Every ethical decision, every moment of the integrity, every time you choose the right thing over the easy thing, you are building a brand equity that is invisible to your competitors. It is not wasted, it is compounding. When a crisis hit, that bank account of trust and purpose is exactly what keeps your company solvent. Now, look at the second part of the verse. Even the little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is essentially the ancient definition of anti fragility. We spend millions on risk management, legal teams, and compliance. We try to build walls around our business to prevent disaster. But the Gita suggests that the most effective mitigation management strategy isn't a firewall, it is your purpose. When your company is grounded in a strong why, a deep sense of dharma, you become immune to the dangers that destroys other companies. What are those dangers? First, danger of being irrelevant. When your purpose is clear, you don't chase fads. You stay focused. That prevents you from burning out your resources on projects that don't matter. Number two is danger of culture decay. If your culture is built on easy money rather than purpose, it crumbles under pressure. But a purpose-driven team, when they stay, they can stay steady through the storm. And lastly, the danger of ethical blindness. We've all seen the headlines. CEOs who lost everything because they ignored the small ethical corner they cut. The verse tells us that even a little advancement, a small daily commitment to doing what is right, act as a radar, alerting you to danger before they become catastrophes. So, how do you actually apply this? You're not a monk, you are a CEO. You have a payroll that you want to basically meet for your employees. Here is your three-step strategy that you can actually use to operationalize this dharma. Number one, integrity audit. Once a week, ask yourself, are you doing this because it's the right thing for your customers and your long term vision, or because it is the path of the least resistance? If it is latter, you are deviating from your path. Number two, protect a small win. Don't dismiss the small ethical wins. Did you treat a junior employee with respect today? That's your dharma. Did you correct a minor error in a report that no one would have noticed? That's your dharma. There are small advancements that build your resilience. And lastly, long term horizon. When making a decision, extend your time horizon. If you make the decision, will it still hold up 10 years down the line? If the answer is no, you are inviting danger. If the answer is yes, you are building a legacy. The market changes, technology become obsolete, your competitors will innovate, pivot, and potentially disrupt you. But one thing that cannot replicate is the weight of the company that is grounded in its purpose. So Bhagavad Gita reminds us that we are not just running companies, we are building legacies. And a legacy is only as strong as the integrity with which it was built. So stop worrying about whether your purpose is efficient enough. Stop measuring your soul by this quarter's ROI. Start doing the work. Build the foundation because, as the text says, your effort will never go waste and it will be the very thing that saves you when the market turns against you. My name is CK, and if you're ready to lead with the new level of clarity, I want to hear from you. What is that one small advancements you are going to make this week to align your business with its true purpose? Drop this particular statement in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Namaskar. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज सोमवार है, 29 जून है। तो आज को सबको पता है कि जो सोमवार का जो दिन होता है वो भगवान शंकर के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज के दिन हम उनकी पूजा, उनकी स्तुति कर सकते हैं। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान शिव की आराधना करके। और हर रोज की तरह हम इस एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप भी मेरे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करें। 11 दफा करेंगे। ये मैं काउंटर यूज करता हूँ, आप देखिए। आप जैसे मर्जी करना चाहें कर सकते हैं, आप माला का इस्तेमाल करें, लेकिन याद रहे 11 दफा करना है। और तो चलिए हम भगवान का नमन करते हैं, हाथ जोड़ के उनका ध्यान करते हैं। और अब हम अपना मंत्र चालू करते हैं। ये महामृत्युंजय का मंत्र होगा। दोस्तों चलिए आंखें बंद कर लीजिए और अपना जाप शुरू कर दीजिए। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। तो हमारी पूजा आज 29 जून की सोमवार की समाप्त होती है। तो अब हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे। आपका दिन भी मंगलमय रहे और लाभ की तरह बढ़े, इस कामना के साथ मैं आपसे अब अनुमति चाहता हूँ। मिलता हूँ अगले ही वीडियो में जल्द ही।
Hello friends, the big question that we want to address today is that is your mind working for you or against you? This is a very age-old question. Many people have tried to answer, but today we are going to take a deep dive into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is a very ancient document. It's a very ancient manuscript. However, ancient or not, it offers a timeless wisdom for the modern CEOs and entrepreneurs. And in fact, this particular question is beautifully answered in one of the verse which every modern CEO and entrepreneur must hear and see. So let us take the deep dive and try to answer this very profound question, which is about your mind. Let's go.
In the world of business, we are trained to analyze everything. We analyze market trends, competitor strategies, cash flow, and consumer behavior. We spend millions on business intelligence. But there is one piece of intelligence that most leaders completely ignore. And that is one thing that dictates every decision you make, every reaction you have under pressure, and ultimately legacy you leave behind. I am talking about your mind, which is your mind as well as mine. Think about it. You can have the best strategy in the world, but if your mind is clouded by anxiety, ego, or fatigue, that strategy is worthless. Over 7,000 years ago, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, a warrior prince named Arjun faced the ultimate leadership crisis. He was paralyzed by doubts. It was then that Bhagwan Krishna delivered a line that remains the most important psychological insight for any executive today. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 6. It's the difference between a CEO who thrives and one who burns out. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. For him who's conquered the mind is the best of the friend. But for one who has failed to do so, his very mind will be the greatest enemy. And this is a quote translated into English. This isn't just a spiritual talk. This is the high level operational reality. When your mind is conquered, it's like having a rogue employee in your C-suite. It creates imaginary problems, fixated on past failures, and reacts with anger when a deadline is missed. It is the voice that tells you to send that angry email at 2 a.m. It's an enemy because it works against your goals. When conquered, the mind becomes your most loyal chief of staff. It stays calm when the market crashes. It sees opportunities when others sees obstacles. It is disciplined, focused, and most importantly, it listens to you. Why is this so hard for leaders? As a CEO, your mind is constantly on. You are bombarded with Prakriti, which is the external material world, data, noise, opinions, and crisis. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that the mind, by its very nature, is flickering and turbulent. If you don't actively conquer it, it defaults to a state of reactive survival. The three traits of enemy mind is in business today can be summarized like this. First is impulsivity, making decision based on temporary emotions rather than long-term data. Next is ego attachment, caring more about being right than getting the right result. Third, mental fatigue, the inability to switch off, leading to decision fatigue, the silent killer of the companies. So when your mind is your enemy, you aren't leading your company, you are being led by your impulses. So how do we conquer it? Bhagwan Krishna doesn't suggest we suppress the mind or kill it. He says to win it over. So in Gita, the mind is often compared to the reins of the chariot. If the driver, which can be equated to your intellect, let go of the rein, the horses, which are your senses, so your senses run wild. So in the end, I will like to offer 3 strategic steps for the modern leaders using which they can actually implement this in their professional life. Step 1, observation. Basically the witness mind. Before you can control your mind, you must observe it. In your next board meeting, notice when your enemy mind start to get defensive. Don't act on it, just label it. That is my ego feeling threatened. This creates a gap between the impulse and the action. Step 2, consistent practice. Krishna tells Arjun that the mind is conquered through abhyas, which is constant practice. For a CEO, this means mental discipline, whether it is meditation, deep work blocks, or structured reflections. You must train your mind like a muscle. Step 3, detachment. This is the most misunderstood word in the business. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care. It means you are detached from the result. You're focused 100% on the process and the action. When you aren't terrified of the outcome, your enemy mind loses its power over you. Imagine two CEOs facing a 20% drop in their revenue. CEO A has unconquered mind. They blame the team, stop sleeping, micromanage everyone, and project fear. The enemy mind is in charge and the company spirals out of control. Now let's go to CEO B. CEO B has conquered mind. They acknowledge the loss, remain calm, gather the team and ask, what is the most important logical next step now? They sleep 7 hours because they know tired mind is a weak mind. Their mind is their best friend, providing them with the resilience needed to pivot when the need arises. So, which one of these minds or the CEO you are? Do let me know. Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 6 is a call to arms. Not a war against others, but a war against your own lower instincts. As a leader, your greatest asset isn't your bank balance or your intellectual property. It is the quality of your consciousness. Your challenge for the week, therefore, is next time when you feel stressed or angry, stop. Ask yourself, in this moment, is my mind being my friend or my enemy? If you want to lead a great company, you must first lead yourself. If you found this integration of ancient wisdom and modern leadership valuable, hit that like button, subscribe for more insights from Gita for the modern world. Conquer your mind and you will conquer the world. So friends, we have come to the end. Before I end this section, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 2 जून का तारीख है आज, और आज तो मंगलवार है। तो आज अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम हनुमान जी की प्रार्थना करेंगे और हम हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करेंगे। आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़े और हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करें। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निज मन मुकुर सुधार वर्णव रघुबर बिमल जसु जो दायक फल चार बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके सुमरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे हरेउ क्लेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी कंचन वरन विराज सुवेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा बराजे कांधे मूज जनेऊ साजे शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगबंदन विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करवे को आतुर प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन बसिया सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा विकट रूप धरी लंग जरावा भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे रामचंद्र जी के काज सवारे लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए रघुपत कीनी बहुत बढ़ाई तुम मम प्रिय भरत संभाई सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे अस कही श्रीपति कंठ लगावे सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा नारद सारद सहित अहिसा जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहां थे कवि कोविद कह सके कहां थे तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना राम मिलाए राजपद दीना तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु लील्यो ताही मधुर फल जानु प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही जलधि लांगय अचरज नाही दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते सुगम अनुग्रह तुमरे तेते राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना आपन ते समारो आपे तीनों लोग हाँकते कापे भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए चारों युग प्रताप तुम्हारा है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा साधु संत के तुम रखवाले असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे अस दिन नौ निधि के दाता असवर दीन जान की माता राम रसायन तुमरे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा तुमरे भजन राम को पावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुबर पुर जाई जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई और देवता चित न धरे हनुमत से सब सुख करे संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गुसाई कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई छूटे बंदी महासुख होई जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होए सिद्धि साकी गौरी सा तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा कीजे नाथ हृदय में डेरा पवन तनय संकट हरन मंगल मूरत रूप राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसो सुर भू। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। चलिए आज अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। नमस्कार।
Hello friends and namaskaram. Could we actually hack Earth's magnetic field to protect our own modern technology? Very profound question. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary and controversial new proposal from the scientist deploying spacecraft to spray chemicals directly into the Earth's magnetosphere. As our reliance on satellite and power grids and GPS grows, so does our vulnerability to external solar storms. Could a man-made solar shield be the key to preventing a global blackout? Let's discuss this further. Imagine you're living in a world where everything just stops. No GPS to guide your travel, no internet to connect your your PCs, no power grid to keep your lights on. It sounds like the plot of a disaster movie. But it's a very real threat looming 93 million miles away on the surface of the sun. We have spent decades getting better at predicting space weather, acting like people in village watching a river rise, hoping we can warn everyone before the flood hits. But what if we didn't just watch? What if we could actually build a wall to stop the water? Today we're looking at a bold new proposal from scientists, a storm wall designed to actively hack Earth's magnetic field. Can we really engineer our way out of a solar storm a massive one. To understand why we need a solar shield, we have to understand our current defenses. The magnetosphere. It's a vast invisible bubble around our planet that deflects the sun's charged particles away from Earth. Usually, it does a great job, but it is not impenetrable. The danger comes when the sun releases a massive eruption known as the coronal mass ejection, or CME. When this cloud of magnetic energy hits Earth, it can trigger a process called magnetic reconnection. Think of it like a shortcut. When the solar magnetic field align just right with our own, it rips a hole in the shield. This allows solar energy to flood into our near Earth space, causing geomagnetic storms. Why should you care about this? Because our modern world is fragile. We have seen these storms fry satellites, disrupt radio signals, and surge power grids with enough voltage to cause massive blackouts. In May 2024, a major storm hit, causing hundreds of millions of dollars in losses for the agriculture industry alone when the GPS guided tractors could not function. As our tech dependency grows, our vulnerability to these invaders from space only get worse. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move forward. So how do we fix this issue? A team led by Brian Walsh from Boston University has proposed a concept called storm wall. If you can't make the shield stronger, why not give it an airbag? The idea is to launch a fleet of 6 spacecraft into specific orbits. These ships would carry payloads of alkaline chemicals like barium or lithium, which they could spray into the magnetosphere. When these chemicals are released, the photoionized, they actually become photoionized, creating a cloud of artificial plasma. This plasma would essentially thicken the boundary between us and the solar wind. By adding this mass to the critical frontier of magnetosphere, the storm wall would disrupt the energy flow of incoming storms. It forces the space weather bounce back around and past our planet instead of punching through. Computer simulation suggests this could reduce the intensity of the geomagnetic storm by more than 50%. It's not about stopping the sun, it's about turning a catastrophic hit into a glancing blow. Now, before we go spraying chemicals into space, we have to talk about the but part of it. And there are several buts here. First, the cost. We are talking about launching 6 spacecrafts, each carrying material equivalent to roughly 12 oil trucks. It's a one and done solution. Once the chemicals are sprayed, the system essentially spends it. It's incredibly expensive, and then there is ethical and environmental questions about geoengineering. While the researchers argue that the risk of contamination is very low since the plasma gets swept away by the solar wind within about 6 hours, any attempt to hack the planetary system comes with a lot of uncertainty. We have to ask, what are the unintended consequences of messing with our magnetic field? Any project of this scale would require massive international cooperations, oversight, and transparency. Is the storm wall the future of space defenses? Maybe. As we pour money into orbital infrastructure and space-based data centers, the financial math, as the researchers put it, might start to make sense. The reality is that if we build this, it wouldn't just protect our one country or one group of satellites, it would serve as a collective shield for the entire planet. We are becoming a space-faring civilization, which means we have to start acting like one. Whether or not we use space airbags, we have to find better ways to live within the volatile star we orbit. So friends, what do you think? Should we be experimenting with our planet's magnetic field, or is it the risk too high? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching and stay curious. I will catch you again in the next one.
Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to red planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey, but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time; it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the red planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into an interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power in a plant on Earth basically that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high assay low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed. And it can run for months. It can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct Mars mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. By cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akulmach. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button. And the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Stop! Before you hit the delete channel button or give up on your next upload, you need to watch this. Most creators quit YouTube exactly 3 feet from the gold. They see flat lines in their analytics and assume they are failing. But in reality, they are simply in a ghost phase, the period where the algorithm tests your consistency and your skills are being sharpened for the big break. In this video, we dive deep into the psychology of the content creation and why 0 views might actually be your biggest competitive advantage. How? Let us discuss this further. You are checking your phone again. It's been 3 hours since you uploaded your latest video and the one you spent all weekend editing. You have refreshed the studio app 10 times and the number hasn't budged. 4 views, 2 of which were probably you. The thought starts creeping in. Is this even worth it? You see other creators blowing up overnight and you feel like you are shouting into a void. You are ready already to quit, but before you hit that delete channel button, I need you to understand one thing. You aren't failing. You are actually in the most important phase of your journey. Most creators quit exactly 3 feet from the goal. Today I'm going to show you why nobody is watching is actually your secret weapon and why your biggest breakthrough is like hidden right behind the urge to give up. Let's dive in. But before, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of a channel. I would also know who's watching and who's not. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's address the elephant in the room, which is the algorithm. We talk about it like it's a sentient being that hates us. It doesn't, but it's a system built on trust. When you are a new creator or you're trying to pivot, you enter what I call the ghost phase. Think about it. Why would YouTube push your content to millions of people if you are only person you can stay consistent for only 2 weeks? The algorithm is testing two things: your competence and your consistency. During this ghost phase, you have a massive advantage that no big creator has, which is freedom to fail. When nobody is watching, you can experiment, you can find your voice, you can mess up the lighting, and you can make terrible jokes without hundreds and thousands of people judging you. This is your training ground. You are not being ignored, you are being incubated. This is the concept from the book Atomic Habits, called the plateau of latent potential. We expect progress to be in a straight line up. We think if I put in X amount of work, I should see X amount of views. But the growth on YouTube is exponential, not linear. You spend months, maybe years, working in the valley of disappointment, and this is where you are putting in the work, but the result aren't showing yet. You are building the foundation. It's like bamboo tree. It grows underground for 5 years, developing a massive root system, and then it shoots up 80 feet in 6 weeks. So if you quit during the root building phase, the tree will never grow. Every video you make into a flop is actually a root. It's a data point. It's a lesson. It's one step closer to the 80-foot breakthrough. So why do most creators quit right before they win? It's because of the psychological phenomena called cognitive friction. The effort required to make a video feels much higher than the reward of 10 views. To survive this, you have to shift your win condition. If your win condition is to get 1000 views, you get 50, you feel like as if you have lost it. You feel defeated. But if you win condition is like getting 1% better at color grading, or write a more compelling hook, or you do that, you have won already, right? I mean, if you do all of these core competencies, regardless of the view counts, don't you think so? Winning on YouTube is a war of attrition. The pros aren't necessarily the most talented people on the platform. They are the one who refuse to go away. They stayed in the game long enough for the luck to find them. Because on YouTube, luck is just where the preparation meets the long enough timeline. Now, as a disclaimer, I'm not saying that you should keep doing exactly the same thing if it is not working. There is a difference between quitting and pivoting. If you have made 50 videos and they all have 0 views, don't quit YouTube. Change your strategy. Maybe your thumbnails are weak. Maybe your intros are too slow. Use the silence to audit yourself. When nobody is watching, you have the lowest stakes possible to reinvent yourself. Don't you think so? So ask yourself, am I making content for me, or am I making content that solves a problem or provide value for someone else? Once you align your passion with audience's need, the nobody watching problem starts to disappear. The hardest part of YouTube isn't the editing or the SEO. It is the mental game. It is showing up on Tuesday morning to film a video when your last 3 uploads tanked. But remember this, every major creator you admire today, from Mr. Beast to MKBHD, had a period where they were talking making videos, but generating 0 interest, 0 views. They felt exactly how you feel right now. The only difference between them and millions of abundant channels is that they decided to post one more time. Your breakout video is already in your head. It's coming. It's going to come, definitely. But you can't find your I mean, it cannot find you if you weren't there to upload it, right? So don't quit, just get 1% better today. So friends, what do you think? If you have any question or if you want to know more, please leave a comment below, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. The National Stock Exchange, also known as NSE, has officially filed its draft for red herring prospectus for a massive 30 billion IPO. In this video, we break down what this historic move means for the Indian stock market, why industry giants like SBI are offloading their stakes, and what investors need to know before this listing becomes available for general public. Let's go and discuss this further. Imagine a company that sits at the very heart of the Indian economy. It doesn't build cars. It builds, stock markets. It doesn't sell consumer goods. It doesn't run factories. But every single day, millions of people trust it with their life savings. That company is the National Stock Exchange, the NSC. After decades of waiting, regulatory battles, and massive anticipation, it is finally happening. On June 17, 2026, the NSE officially filed its draft red herring prospectus. We are looking at a potential 30,000 crore IPO, valuing this financial giant at over 5 lakh crores. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now, let's move ahead. This isn't just an IPO, it is the biggest financial event of the year in India. Today, we are going deep into the DRHP to find what is actually happening, why SBI and other giants are cashing out, and what this means for your portfolio. Well, it is the historic first. Let's put the numbers in perspective. This IPO is expected to be the largest in Indian history, surpassing the massive listing of the Hyundai Motor India and even the LIC. But here is the catch. It's a 100% offer for sale, OFS. That means no fresh money is going into the exchange to build new tech or expand offices. Instead, it's all about existing shareholders offloading their stakes. We are talking about 14.89 crore share hitting the market. Investors are effectively buying into the infrastructure of Indian wealth, not a startup chasing growth. Why are the big players like SBI selling off their stakes now? SBI, along with other state-owned giants, is positioning to offload millions of shares. Some of these institutions bought in years ago at incredibly low price. In some cases, for less than a rupee per share. With an expected IPO price potentially be in thousands, we are talking about a massive wealth unlocking for these long-term holders. But it is not just SBI. The list of seller is a who's who of the global and domestic finances, including CPPIB, Tamasak linked entities, and the various insurance companies. It's a strategic reshuffle allowing these institutions to book profits after years of holding on. Now, don't let the $30 billion evaluation blind you. There are two sides of this coin. The NSC is a near monopoly, handling roughly 93% of the cash market turnover and 99.8% of the equity futures. That dominant position generates massive profits, over 10,000 crore in net profit for financial year 2026. However, the regulator, which is SEBI, has been keeping a close watch. Issues like the co-location cases have haunted the exchange for years. Furthermore, SEBI is actively trying to cool down the retail frenzy in the derivative market, which ironically is where the huge chunk of the NSE's revenue comes from. Buying this stock means betting that exchange can continue to thrive even as a regulator tighten the rules on very product that derives its earning. So is this a bargain? Right now, shares are trading in the unlisted market at roughly rupees 2000 to 2050. Analysts are cautious. The actual valuation will depend on the final price, which is a band going to be set after the regulatory review. For long-term investors, the NSE is a proxy for the growth of Indian capital market. But for short-term traders, the priced in hype is something to watch closely. The NSE IPO isn't just a stock listing, it is a milestone in India's financial journey. Whether you plan to subscribe or just watch from the sideline, this is a story that will define the market mood for rest of 2026. So friends, what do you think? Is a 5 lakh crore valuation justified, or is the market getting ahead of itself? Let me know in the comments below, and if you have found this deep dive helpful, hit that subscribe button. We'll be covering the price band and the final allotment dates as soon as they are dropped. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next one.
Now, in the 7th century CE, amid of intellectual ferment of ancient India, a brilliant mind emerged, and that is also from the city of Ujjain, and his name was Brahmagupta, one of the greatest mathematicians in history. His work did not merely redefine the existing knowledge, it also transformed the very foundation of mathematics. To speak of Brahmagupta is not the kind of we are speaking of birth of algebra as a discipline. We are also actually mentioning the formalization of negative numbers and the revolutionary introduction of zero as both symbol and as a number. So Brahmagupta's magnum opus is very, very profound, and he's also written in his book, which is Brahmagupta Siddhanta, which was early 628 CE, and was a text that combined astronomy with mathematics, but its mathematical section becomes timeless. So, in this treatise, he articulated the rules of arithmetic operations involving zero and negative numbers. The concept that had baffled scholars for centuries, and that is something which still we actually enjoy doing while doing maths. He declared that the subtracting a number from itself yields zero. That zero added to a number leaves it unchanged, and that zero multiplied by any number is zero. So these may sound obvious today, but in his era, they were groundbreaking formulation that gave mathematics a new logic and consistency. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, going forward about this magnificent personality, which is his name is Brahmagupta. So, equally the revolutionary was his treatment of negative numbers. While earlier tradition often dismissed the negative as meaningless, but Brahmagupta recognized them as a debt. In contrast to the positive number as fortunes, he laid down the rule that debt minus zero is a debt. A fortune minus zero is fortune, and the product of two debt is a fortune. So this conceptual clarity allowed algebra to flourish and paving way to most equations that could handle a wider range of values. So Brahmagupta also advanced algebraic methods. He described a solution to quadratic equations and that introduction of the rules for dealing with unknowns, and even touched upon what we now call intermediate equation. So his systematic approach to algebra was centuries ahead of its time, influencing mathematicians across culture, from Islamic Golden Age to Renaissance of Europe. So beyond algebra, Brahmagupta's insight extended to geometry and astronomy. He provided formulas for areas of cyclic quadrilaterals and improved a method for calculating eclipse and refined the planetary models. Yet, his enduring legacy remains the elevation of zero from placeholder to a full-fledged number, a conceptual leap that enables the decimal system and modern mathematics. What makes Brahmagupta's contribution so profound is not just the technical brilliance, but the philosophical depth. In the recognizing zero, he also acknowledged the void as a mathematical entity, a symbol of nothingness that paradoxically becomes the cornerstone of everything. So his vision bridges the abstract and the practical, ensuring that mathematics could describe both the heavens above and the transactions of daily life. Today, every equation that balances, every algorithm that runs, every digital system that encodes information owes a debt to Brahmagupta's genius. He was not merely a mathematician of antiquity, he was a pioneer who gave humanity the tool to think beyond limits, to embrace the infinite, and to calculate the impossible. So as we reflect Brahmagupta's legacy, it becomes clear that his genius was not confined to the 7th century. It contains to shape the very fabric of our modern world. By formalizing the rules of zero, negative numbers, and algebraic operation, he gave humanity a language of balance and precision that underpins everything from the financial system to the artificial intelligence. His vision transformed the abstract ideas into tools of calculations, bridging the philosophy and the practicality in a way that still resonate today. In 2026, when algorithm drives economies, when quantum computer explore the boundaries of possibilities, and when the AI models learn through the billions of equations, we are reminded that these marvels rest upon the foundation Brahmagupta laid. His courage to nothingness and to embrace the paradox of negative was not just a mathematical breakthrough, it was philosophical revolution. So closing this story on Brahmagupta, but Brahmagupta stands as a timeless pioneer, a thinker who proved that even the emptiness of zero could become the cornerstone of infinite progress. His work is not just a history, it is a pulse of every calculation we make today. So please send us your comments on this subject. Subscribe to our channel for more insight to know about spirituality and mythology in a scientific way. See you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। आप सबका स्वागत है। क्या आप एक सीईओ या बिजनेस लीडर हैं और हर दिन चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहे हैं? तो आप सही जगह पहुंचे हैं, क्योंकि इस वीडियो में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे और आपकी इस सिचुएशन का आंसर ढूंढने की कोशिश करेंगे। हम ये जानेंगे कि जो सीख मिलती है हमें भगवत गीता से, वो एक मंत्र युद्ध क्षेत्र में एप्लीकेबल ही नहीं है, बल्कि हर एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए एक जीवन दर्शन है जो आपकी टीम का नेतृत्व में करने में सहायता करता है। चाहे जीत हो या हार, एक लीडर को अपनी निष्ठा, कर्म पर कैसे निगाह रखनी चाहिए, हम इस वीडियो में सीखेंगे और इसके बारे में और डिस्कशन करेंगे। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, आजकल के दुनिया में, आजकल के परिप्रेक्ष्य में हम ऐसी एक रेस में हैं जहां जीतना ही सब कुछ है, जीतना ही अनिवार्य है। एक सीईओ के तौर पे आप हर सुबह एक नई चुनौती, एक नए संकट और एक नए डर के साथ उठते हैं। क्या ये मर्जर काम आएगा? मार्केट शेयर बढ़ेगा? क्या मेरी टीम परफॉर्म करेगी? हम सब अक्सर एक तनाव में जीते हैं। अगर मैं हार गया तो क्या होगा? अगर ये डिसीजन गलत हो गया तो क्या होगा? लेकिन आज मैं आपके साथ बिजनेस का एक ऐसा सीक्रेट कोड शेयर करने वाला हूं जो 5000 साल पहले महाभारत के रण क्षेत्र में दिया गया था। यह सिर्फ एक श्लोक ही नहीं, एक आधुनिक कॉर्पोरेट जगत का सबसे बड़ा रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टूल है। ध्यान से सुनिएगा। आज हम चर्चा करेंगे भगवत गीता के अध्याय 2 श्लोक 37, चैप्टर 2 वर्स 37 की। और इस श्लोक आपको सिखाएगा कि कैसे विन विन माइंडसेट के साथ आप अपनी कंपनी और अपने जीवन को लीड कर सकते हैं। तो आइए पहले श्लोक को हम पढ़ लेते हैं। भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन से कहते हैं, एंड द कोट स्टार्ट्स, यदि तुम लड़ते हुए हार भी गए तो तुम्हें स्वर्ग मिलेगा। यानी आपको वो अनुभव और सीख मिलेगी जो आपको उच्च स्तर का लीडर बनाएंगे और आपको ऊंचाई पे ले जाएंगे। और यदि तुम जीत गए तो इस पृथ्वी पर सुख भोगोगे, यानी सफलता, प्रॉफिट एंड मार्केट लीडरशिप आपकी होगी। तो ये आपको बता रहा है कि दोनों ही सिचुएशन में विन विन है। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो आप बताइए कमेंट करके कि किस सिटी से आप हमारे इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। हम सब ने इस वर्ष को सुना, जरा रुकिए और सोचिए, भगवान कृष्ण यहाँ अर्जुन से क्या कह रहे हैं? वो कह रहे हैं कि हारने का विकल्प ही खत्म कर दो अर्जुन। कृष्ण के लिए हार जैसा कुछ है ही नहीं। अगर तुम हारते हो तो तुम कुछ सीखते हो, अगर तुम जीतते हो तो तुम कुछ हासिल करते हो। तो सीईओ के तौर पे क्या आपकी लाइफ में हार जैसी कोई चीज है या नहीं? अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट फेल होता है तो आप एक लीडर के रूप में विकसित होते हैं, आप नई चीजें सीखते हैं, अपनी असफलता से आगे बढ़ते हैं। अगर सफल होते हैं तो आपकी कंपनी विकसित होती है। तो इस श्लोक में हमें अपनी कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ के को कैसे लागू करें, किस तरह से अपना माइंडसेट करें, इस चीज की हमें सीख दी गई है। तो इसमें मुख्य हमें क्या सीख मिल रही है? नंबर 1 इज डर का अंत। जब आप स्वीकार कर लेते हैं कि सीखना भी एक जीत है तो डर खत्म हो जाता है। एक सीईओ को जो डर में फैसला लेता है वो कभी बड़े रिस्क नहीं ले पाता। तो गीता आपको सिखाती है कि रिस्क लेना ही आपका धर्म है। नंबर 2, परिणाम से डिटैचमेंट। डिटैचमेंट जो आउटकम है, जो रिजल्ट है, उससे डिटैच हो जाइए आप। भगवान कृष्ण कहते हैं कि यानी कि अगर आप लड़ना ही नहीं करेंगे तो आपको कोई परिणाम मिलेगा ही नहीं। तो आप लड़िए। अगर आप हारते हैं तो कुछ सीखते हैं, और अगर आप जीतते हैं तो आप डेफिनेटली सक्सेस पाते हैं। लेकिन हार जीत आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, तो क्यों उस बारे में सोचना। 100% आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं होता। आपको अपना कर्म करना होता है, कर्तव्य करना होता है। लेकिन क्या हार मिलेगी, क्या जीत, इसका फैसला कोई नहीं कर सकता। इसका फैसला सिर्फ यूनिवर्स के हाथ में है, जो हमारे कंट्रोल से बाहर है। अब तीसरा होता है विन विन फॉर्मूला। आज की दुनिया में हम विन लॉस के बारे में सोचते हैं। मुझे जीतना है हर हालत में, सामने वाले को हारना है हर हालत में। लेकिन गीता आपको क्या ज्ञान देती है? विन विन का क्या मतलब है? अपनी ड्यूटी मतलब अपना कर्म आपको पूरा करना है। अपनी पूरी क्षमता के साथ मैदान में उतरें, बाकी परिणाम अपने आप संभल जाएगा। अपने आप यूनिवर्स आपको दे देगा। आपके एक्शन के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है वो। तो कल सुबह जब आप ऑफिस जाएं तो ये 3 चीजें अपने साथ लेके जाएं। मैं बुलेट पॉइंट्स की तरह आपको ये दे रहा हूं। पॉइंट नंबर 1, अपने हर प्रोजेक्ट को एक धर्म युद्ध की तरह देखें। यह आपकी जिम्मेदारी है। जब आप इसे जिम्मेदारी की तरह देखेंगे तो आप हारने से नहीं डरेंगे। आप सिर्फ अपनी ड्यूटी निभाने पर फोकस करेंगे। बुलेट पॉइंट नंबर 2, अपने फेलियर्स को हेवनली गेन के रूप में देखें। हर बड़ी कंपनी जो आज लीडर है, उसने सैकड़ों बार फेलियर का स्वाद चखा है। उन फेलियर्स को स्टार्टअप या लर्निंग की तरह देखा जाए। बुलेट पॉइंट नंबर 3, निर्णय लेने में देरी ना करें। श्लोक के अंत में भगवान कृष्ण कहते हैं, उठो, यानी एक्शन लो। एनालिसिस में फंसे रहोगे तो मैदान में कब उतरोगे? दोस्तों, एक सीईओ के रूप में सबसे बड़ी पूंजी आपकी मानसिक स्टेट ऑफ माइंड है, मानसिक स्थिरता है। अगर आप हार के डर से जकड़े हुए हैं तो आप कभी बड़ी ऊंचाइयों को हासिल नहीं कर पाएंगे। आज से अपनी डिक्शनरी में फेलियर शब्द को हटा दीजिए और आप ये समझ लीजिए कि आप जीतेंगे, हर हाल में जीतेंगे। और अपने जो थॉट प्रोसेस है उसको अपग्रेड करिए। तो इसमें भगवान बोलते हैं कि उठो, फाइट करो और जीतो। अगर आपको यह विन विन श्लोक का जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है बिजनेस फील्ड में अगर पसंद आया है तो कमेंट करके ये लिखें कि मैं तैयार हूं, और हाँ, मैं तैयार हूं, ये कमेंट करके आप मेरे पास भेजें। और अगर आपको लगता है कि गीता का ज्ञान बिजनेस में उतारने के लिए आप और डिटेल चाहते हैं तो जरूर हमसे संपर्क करें। माय नेम इज सीके। जल्दी ही मिलता हूं दूसरी सीख लेके आपके साथ। तब तक उठो, लड़ो और जीतो। धन्यवाद।
Friends, a very big question that we want to address today is, are we alone or are we just being watched? For decades, we have scanned the stars for signals, but new speculation from SETI and leading astrophysicists suggest a chilling possibility. It is already too late to hide. While we search for them, humanity has spent the last century broadcasting our presence to the cosmos. In this video, we dive deep into the great silence and why the latest breakthrough in technosignatures and planetary direction suggests that any advanced civilizations within 100 light years likely to already know Earth is a home to an industrial civilization. Let us explore this further.
For over 60 years, humanity has been staring into the abyss of space and asking one simple question: where is everybody? We call it Fermi paradox. The universe is ancient, it is vast, and according to everything we know about biology and physics, it would be crawling with life. Yet, when we point our telescopes at the stars, we get nothing but cold, dead silence. We have assumed that if they were out there, we would have found them by now. We have treated the search for the extraterrestrial intelligence, which is SETI, like a game of cosmic hide and seek, where we are the ones doing the seeking. But in 2026, the conversation has shifted. Leading scientists and researchers are now proposing as much more unsettling reality. The silence isn't because they aren't there, and it isn't because they haven't found us. It's because they likely discovered Earth a long, long time ago. While we have been whispering into the dark, wondering if we are alone, we have actually been shouting our presence to the galaxy for over a century. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Today we are breaking down the new SETI speculation. We are looking at why it is officially too late to hide, how our own atmosphere is betraying us, and the startling new research that suggests alien signals might be hiding in plain sight right in our own data. To understand why we are already visible, we have to look at what we call the techno signature. Since the early 20th century, Earth has been surrounded by an over-expanding bubble of radio waves. This radio bubble is now over 200 light years wide. Inside the bubble are thousands of star systems. If there is a civilization within 100 light years of us with even slightly better technology than ours, they don't need us to send them a hello message. They have already heard our earlier radio broadcasts, our television signals, and most importantly, our high frequency military radars. But it is not just radio. In the last year, researchers have found while exploring the exoplanet, because exoplanets search has reached a fevering pitch right now. We have been using the James Webb Space Telescope to look at the atmospheres of distant worlds, searching for methane, oxygen, carbon dioxide, the building block of life. Now the flip side of this perspective is, if an alien astronomer 50 light years away pointed a telescope similar to JWST or something much more advanced at Earth, what would they see? They wouldn't see the Great Wall of China or our cities. They would see our atmospheric fingerprint. They would see a planet with an atmosphere is in chemical disequilibrium. They would see an abundance of oxygen and nitrogen that shouldn't be there unless life was producing it. And since the Industrial Revolution, they would see technological pollutant, things like CFC and nitrogen dioxide, etc. To a distant observer, Earth isn't just a rock. It's glowing neon sign that says industrial civilization inside here. Alright. So if we are so visible, then why haven't we heard anything back? This brings us to the groundbreaking study published in early 2026 by astronomer like Ben Zuckerman at the UCLA. For decades, SETI has focused on narrowband signals, very specific thin frequency that don't occur in nature. The logic was, if we see a needle thin spike on a radiograph, it must be artificial. But the new broadband SETI approach suggests that we have been looking for the wrong thing. Zuckerman and others argue that the advanced civilizations wouldn't waste energy sending weak, narrow signals across the void. They would use directed energy beams, powerful broadband bursts that are much easier to detect across the interstellar distances. And here is a kicker. These signals might already be sitting in our archives. We have been scanning the sky for a century for other purpose and other navigation, mapping the stars, studying black holes. This new speculation suggests that the evidence of aliens isn't waiting to be discovered in the future. It is likely hiding in plain sight. Within the petabytes of data we have already collected, we have just haven't looked at the data with the right algorithm yet. Think of it like this. We have been looking for specific person's voice in a crowded stadium when we should have been looking for the flashlight, they were waving. There is another reason for this silence, and it was highlighted in March 2026. Report from SETI Institute. Dr. Vishal Gajar and his team recently discovered a major complication in how we hear the cosmos. It turns out that the space isn't an empty vacuum. It is filled with turbulent plasma and stellar winds. When a signal travels from distant star system to Earth, it has to pass through the space weather of that alien sun. This plasma can smear or broaden a signal. A perfect, clear, narrow broadcast from an alien planet might arrive at Earth looking like a fuzzy, distorted static. The SETI Institute realized that our current search tools are designed to filter out that kind of noise. We have been looking for perfect signal, but the universe is quite messy. This means we could have received a message yesterday, but our computers threw it in the trash because it looked like too much like a natural interference. We are literally turning or tuning into a wrong station. And it is possible the galaxy is far noisier than we ever imagined. So if they were here and if these signals are likely reaching us, why hasn't there been a first contact event? This leads us to the zoo hypothesis. If a civilization is advanced enough to detect our atmospheric pollution from 40 light years away, they are likely centuries ahead of us, if not millennia. To them, we might be like a new species of ants discovered in a remote jungle. You don't walk up the anthill to introduce yourself, you observe it. You set up cameras, you stay hidden so you don't disrupt their natural development. But as our technology improves, as we launch the Nancy Grace Roman telescope and the Habitable World Observatory, we are becoming harder to ignore. We are starting to build our own cameras to look back at them. In April 2026, SETI Institute launched a Discover Future Lab. Their mission was to prepare humanity for the human dimensions of discovery. They aren't just asking how to find life anymore, they're asking what happens next. Because the consensus is changing, first contact might not be a signal we receive, but a realization we find in our own backyard. We used to think universe was a vast empty desert and we are lone campfire in the middle of the night, but the science of 2026 tells a different story. The desert is full of life and our campfire has been blazing single fire over 100 years. Whether it is through leaked radio waves, chemical signatures in our cloud, or the broadband beams we haven't decoded yet, the great silence is starting to feel less like an absence of life and more like a waiting room. The question isn't, are we alone anymore? The question is, when they finally decide to answer, will we be ready to listen? So friends, thanks for watching this deep dive into the new frontier of SETI. If you want to keep track of this cosmic discoveries with me, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base. which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम अपना जो दिन है उसकी शुरुआत करते हैं भगवान की पूजा करके। तो आज है बुधवार और आज तो गणेश जी की स्तुति बनता है, क्योंकि हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश जी की पूजा करके, क्योंकि आज का दिन उनको समर्पित है। तो बहुत ही सिंपल सा एक मंत्र हम 11 दफ़ा पढ़ेंगे। और आप तो जानते हैं कि हर रोज़ की तरह हम अपनी पूजा शुरू करते हैं, और जो मंत्र है 11 दफ़ा अपने हमें थोड़ा सा सहायता मिले तो हम इस काउंटर को यूज़ करते हैं। और इसमें ये बड़े आराम से हमें इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं स्क्रीन के ऊपर, पता चल जाता है कि हमारे कितने दफ़ा हो गया है। तो आप कोई भी तरीका यूज़ कर सकते हैं, लेकिन सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात यह है कि हमारे साथ जुड़ें और हमारे साथ इस मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफ़ा करें। इससे भगवान गणेश काफ़ी खुश होते हैं। तो चलिए जी, हाथ जोड़ के हम नमन करते हैं और 11 दफ़ा भगवान जी को याद करते हैं। ओम गण गण गणपते नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे 11 दफ़ा जो स्तुति थी वो पूरी हो गई भगवान गणेश की। अब हम अपना दिन स्टार्ट करेंगे आराम से। भगवान की हमने पूजा कर ली है, तो चलिए अभी आपसे विदा लेता हूँ, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा। हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम, आप सबका स्वागत है। हाल ही में अमेरिका और ईरान के बीच में एक डील हुई है, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि अब जो स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ है पूरी तरह खुल गया है, हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। और इस खबर के आते ही जो प्राइस है क्रूड ऑयल का वो गिर गया है, $75 आ गया है। आपको पता होगा कि जो क्रूड का जो प्राइस था वो 100 के ऊपर जा रहा था, लेकिन अब 75 पे आ गया है, कल ही आया है। और ऐसा बोला जा रहा है कि और गिरेगा। तो क्योंकि प्राइस गिर रहा है, इससे क्या नए खतरे का हमें आभास हो रहा है? ऐसा है कि इस पर्टिकुलर एग्रीमेंट में कोई नया युद्ध के बारे में कुछ बातें हैं जो बाहर आ सकती हैं। तो इस वीडियो में हम इस बात का एक चर्चा करेंगे, एक डिस्कशन करेंगे कि अगर $50 से नीचे प्राइस आ गया तो दुनिया के अर्थव्यवस्था को लेके क्या चिंता करनी चाहिए, और इसके बाद कुछ और हमारे ऊपर कोई विपदा तो नहीं आने वाली है। इसके बारे में हम डिस्कशन करते हैं इस वीडियो में। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हम सबको मालूम है कि पिछले कुछ महीनों में स्टेट ऑफ हार्मूज के आसपास क्या हुआ। अमेरिका और ईरान में आपस में लड़ाई हुई, और पहले तो ईरान ने स्टेट ऑफ हार्मूज को बंद किया, इधर उधर बमबारी की। उसके बाद अमेरिका ने उसको बंद कर दिया, करीब 1 महीने से ज़्यादा हो गया अमेरिका ने उसमें ब्लॉकेड लगाया हुआ है। उसकी वजह से जो क्रूड ऑयल का प्राइस है वो आसमान छू गया, 110 120 तक पहुंच गया। और आप देखिए, अगर आप इस जियो पॉलिटिक्स में कुछ रुचि रखते हैं तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि जो क्रूड ऑयल है उसके सबसे बड़े बायर कौन है दुनिया में। अफ्रीका के कंट्रीज नहीं है, अमेरिका भी एक बड़ा बायर है, लेकिन उसके पास तो ऑयल है काफ़ी, काफ़ी दुनिया का ऑयल कंट्रोल करता है। और सबसे जो बड़े बायर हैं जिनके पास ऑयल नहीं है वो है चाइना और इंडिया। तो ये दो देशों को काफ़ी महंगा ऑयल खरीदना पड़ा पिछले कुछ महीनों में, और फिर काफ़ी जद्दोजहद हुई, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है। तो इंडिया ने भी ये सब काम किए। तो बहरहाल सब लोग जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस करते हैं, इंक्लूडिंग रशिया, दे वर वेरी हैप्पी कि भाई प्राइस बढ़ गया तो हम पैसे कमा रहे हैं। तो ये जो लड़ाई हो रही थी उसके ऊपर से ये बात करते थे कि भाई बुरी बात है, बुरी बात है, लेकिन अंदर अंदर बड़े खुश हो रहे थे। अब क्या हुआ है कि पिछले 2 दिनों में खबर आ रही है कि अमेरिका और ईरान का जो एग्रीमेंट है वो पूरा हो चुका है। और खबर आते ही प्राइस जो है ऑयल का एकदम $75 आ गया। कल के मैं रेट बता रहा हूँ, आज का मैंने अभी चेक नहीं किया है, लेकिन कल $75 आ गया। $75 एकदम से गिरावट आई है, तो जो पैसे जो कमा रहे थे, जो कंट्रीज जो खुश थे, पैसे कमा रहे थे, लेकिन ऊपर ऊपर से दिखा रहे थे शांति होनी चाहिए, ब्ला ब्ला बोल रहे थे, लेकिन अब वो $75 आ गया तो उनकी इनकम में थोड़ी गिरावट आएगी। और कॉन्सिक्वेंटली क्या होगा कि जो मेजर बायर है विच इज़ इंडिया और चाइना, इनको थोड़ी राहत मिलेगी। तो ये गिरावट जो आ रही है, और अगर ये सब ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो बिल्कुल गिर के, ऐसा बोला जा रहा है, कुछ विशेषज्ञ बोल रहे हैं कि ये $50 तक आ सकती है। जब $50 आ जाएगा तो मतलब जो अभी तक पैसे कमा रहे थे उसके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे, जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूसिंग नेशंस हैं उनके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे, तो उसकी वजह से उनकी आमदनी कम हो जाएगी, उनके पैसे कम हो जाएंगे। तो क्या ये जो ड्रॉप है या जो एग्रीमेंट है ये परमानेंट है या किसी और नए गंभीर किसी स्थिति की चेतावनी देता है? तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। सबसे पहले ये समझना ज़रूरी है कि हम यहाँ तक पहुँचे कैसे। फरवरी में अमेरिका और के बीच में सैन्य वार्ता हुई जो विफल हुई, फिर उनकी लड़ाई हुई, फिर चेक पॉइंट बनाए गए, और उसके बाद ये बोला गया कि ये कंट्रीज़ को अलाउड है, इनको नहीं अलाउड है, अमेरिका को अलाउड नहीं है, चाइना और इंडिया को अलाउड है। बैकडोर बहुत डिस्कशन चल रहा था, और जो देश ऐसा लग रहा था जो ईरान के दुश्मन है नेबरहुड के अंदर, जैसे कतर है, यूएई, वो भी अपने बैकडोर डिस्कशन कर रहे थे, और कोई नहीं चाहता था कि वहाँ पे और तबाही हो, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली अगर वहाँ तबाही होगी तो ऑयल का प्राइस, जो ग्लोबल ऑयल का प्राइस है, आसमान छू देगा। तो उसके बाद धीरे धीरे वो कंट्रोल रिएक्शन चलता रहा, एक दूसरे को धमकियां देते रहे लोग, लेकिन फाइनली कल जाके डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने बोला है कि हमारा वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। हालांकि अभी ये साइन नहीं हुआ है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। जैसे ही ये खबर आई प्राइस एकदम नीचे लुढ़क गया, $75 हो गया, विच इज़ रीजनेबल। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि अच्छी बात है कि बुरी बात है, लेकिन क्योंकि अब प्राइस कम हो रहे हैं जिससे अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, प्राइस कम होने से अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बिकॉज अमेरिका के पास तो सऊदी का ऑयल है उनके पास, ईरान के साथ अब दोस्ती हो गई है, अभी साइन होना बाकी है, लेकिन वेनेजुएला का जो टॉप ग्रेड ऑयल है वो उनके पास है। फर्क पड़ता है ब्राज़ील, इसराइल और सऊदी को, तो उनके पैसे कम हो रहे हैं। तो उसकी वजह से अब क्या होगा आगे, क्या होगा, दोबारा से कुछ देश नाखुश हो जाएंगे और लड़ाई पे जाने की बात करेंगे, या जो जियोपॉलिटिक्स है वो एक नया रूप लेगा, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली जो 75% दुनिया का जो ट्रेड होता है, ग्लोबल ट्रेड, वो ऑयल ही होता है। हम जो रोजेस और टी और जो भी और चीज़ें हैं जो हम बिजनेस करते हैं कंट्रीज आपस में, वो कुछ भी नहीं है कंपेयर टू द ऑयल ट्रेड। सो जितना भी हमारा मैरीटाइम जो हमारा ट्रैफिक चलता है अटलांटिक में और इंडियन ओशन में, उसमें 75% आर दी ऑयल टैंकर्स। तो जो रिस्क प्रीमियम है वो भी अब ख़त्म हो गया, अब शांति हो गई है, और दोनों देशों ने अनाउंस कर दिया है कि अब हम 1 महीने के अंदर, 30 दिनों के अंदर स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मूज बिल्कुल पूरी तरह हर एक के लिए खुल जाएगा, कोई टोल टैक्स नहीं दिया जाएगा, और सब कुछ ख़त्म, मतलब जो लड़ाई थी वो सब ख़त्म हो गई है। अब आप इमेजिन करें, जो चीज़ें मैंने आपको बताई हैं कि अगर प्राइस कम होता रहा तो $50 आ जाएगा, इसका मतलब कि जो उन्नति कर रहे देश हैं चाइना और इंडिया, उनको काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा, और जो देश जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं उनको काफ़ी नुकसान हो जाएगा, और उनके अंदर 1-1.5 साल के अंदर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो उनका जो पोजीशन है, ग्लोबल पोजीशन थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा। तो अभी देखना हमें ये है कि अगर ये डील फेल हो गई किसी वजह से सबसे बड़ा क्रॉनिक जो पॉइंट है इसमें वो ये है कि अमेरिका नहीं चाहता कि ईरान के पास एटॉमिक पावर बने। तो क्या वो अपना एम्बिशन छोड़ देंगे? क्या वो कुछ और बैकग्राउंड एक्टिविटी करेंगे? क्योंकि इस चीज़ के अंदर दुनिया के देशों में काफ़ी बैकग्राउंड डिस्कशन और बैकडोर डिस्कशंस काफ़ी चल रहे हैं, और ये जो शांति है अभी हुई नहीं है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हुआ है जिसको ईरान ने भी कहा है कि हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है, और यूएस ने इनके जो पूरे ब्लॉक्ड जो एसेट्स थे पिछले 40 साल से ब्लॉक किए हुए थे वो सारे आज खोल दिए हैं। आज की खबर ये है कि वो अनब्लॉक कर दिए हैं। तो 1989 से जो ब्लॉक किए हुए थे सारे आज खोल दिए गए हैं। तो ईरान के पास काफ़ी पैसे आ जाएंगे और उसके अगेंस्ट ईरान बोल रहा है कि मुझे एटॉमिक पावर नहीं बनना है, और वो एटॉमिक पावर जो भी है वो अब अमेरिका के हाथ में रहेगा। तो ईरान ने अपने ड्रीम्स को गिव अप कर दिया है। तो आपको क्या लगता है, ये एक फोर्स्ड एग्रीमेंट है? अगर ये एग्रीमेंट पिछले अगले 30 दिनों में साइन नहीं हुआ तो क्या होगा? दोबारा से नई तरीके की कोई लड़ाई हो सकती है? एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है जो आ रहा है। मेरे ख्याल से वी हैव टू वेट फॉर नेक्स्ट 30 डेज, तब इसमें कुछ क्लैरिटी आएगी। तो दोस्तों, आप इसके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं ज़रूर कमेंट करके बताएं। आपको लगता है कि ये जो पीस है ये लास्टिंग पीस है या एक कंट्रोल्ड, एक तरीके का कंट्रोल किया गया है, जिससे कि आप कुछ दें कुछ मैं लूँ, कुछ आप गिव एंड टेक हुआ है इसके अंदर, जिसकी वजह से पीस लाई गई है? कमेंट करके बताएं, ज़रूर बताएं, जिससे पता चलेगा कि आप लोग क्या सोचते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इस वीडियो को लाइक करें, शेयर करें। मिलता हूं जल्दी दूसरे वीडियो में दूसरे एनालिसिस के साथ। धन्यवाद।
In the vast orchestra of human brain, not every instrument plays with equal resilience. Some neuron hum steadily through life's symphony, while other trembles at the faintest discord. The multiple sclerosis, long seen as a sweeping storm against the nervous system, is now revealed to the strike with a selective fury, targeting the most fragile player in this ensemble. New research uncovered that the certain brain cells stretched thin by their energy demand and delicate architectures are far more vulnerable to the disease relentless assault. And this discovery reframes MS as a uniform battle, but as a war fought on unseen terrain where the weakest link determined the fate of the whole. So let's find out more. Multiple sclerosis, MS, has been understood as a disease of the immune system gone awry, stripping away the protective myelin sheath that insulate the nerve fiber. Yet, despite the decades of research, one question has lingered. Why do certain regions of the brain and the spinal cord suffers more damage than the others? Recent findings have begun to illuminate this mystery, revealing that not all brain cells are equal in their vulnerability. Some neurons, by virtue of their structure, function, or metabolic demands, appear to be more immune to kind of destructive cascade of MS than others. The study in question used advanced imaging and molecular profiling to map the landscape of neuronal damage in MS patients. Researchers discovered that the specific populations of neurons, particularly those involved in long range communication across the brain, showed heightened sensitivity to the inflammatory attacks. And these cells, often with the extended axon stretching across multiple brain regions, requires enormous amount of energy to maintain the signaling. When the inflammation disrupts their metabolic balance, they flatter more quickly than the shorter, more localized neuron. And this vulnerability may explain why MS patient often experience symptoms tied to coordination, vision, or cognitions, and the very function that rely on these long, energy, hungry, neutral pathways. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, another striking revelation was the role of oligodendrocytes, the cells responsible for producing myelin. Not all oligodendrocytes are created equal. Some subtypes appear more resilient, capable of remyelinating damaged axon, while the other succumb rapidly to the immune assault. The uneven distribution of these cell types across the brain may carry hotspot of vulnerability, regions where the damage accumulate faster and recover lag behind. So these cellular patchwork could amount for the unpredictable progression of MS. Where one patient experienced sudden vision loss while the other struggles with the motor control. The finding also highlight the importance of mitochondrial health. Neurons with weaker mitochondrial reserve and tiny powerhouses that fuel cellular activities were disproportionately affected. And in MS, inflammatory molecules can impair the mitochondrial functions, leading to energy shortage. For neurons already operating at the edge of their metabolic capacity, this shortage is catastrophic. And they lose the ability to transmit signals effectively or contributing to the neurological deficient that define the disease. So from the therapeutic perspective, these insights are profound. If certain neurons and oligodendrocytes are more vulnerable, treatment could be tailored to protect or bolster them specifically. For instance, the drug that enhance mitochondrial resilience or promote the survival of the remyelinating oligodendrocytes might slow disease progression. Similarly, the therapies that reduce the inflammatory burden on the long-range neuron could preserve the critical functions like memory and the motor coordinations. The research suggests a shift from the broad immunosuppression towards the precision strategies that safeguard the brain's most fragile components. So beyond the lab, these implications ripple into the living or lived experience of MS patients. Understanding why certain patients or why certain symptoms emerge and persist offers validation for those whose struggles have seen more profound, more implicable diseases and the way they actually respond to the drugs. So it also opens opens the door to more personalized prognosis. The clinicians may one day predict which functions are most at risk in a given patient based on their cellular vulnerability profile. So such a foresight could guide rehabilitation, lifestyle adjustments, and psychological support, making the journey with the MS less uncertain. The discovery that some brain cells are inherently more vulnerable reframes MS not just as an immune disorder, but as a condition of cellular fragility. It underscores the delicate balance that sustains brain function and how easily it can be tipped by inflammation. And in doing so, it brings hope that by identifying and protecting the brain's weak link, science may one day transform MS from a relentless disease into a manageable condition. So, in the end, what these discoveries reveal is not just the fragility of certain neurons, but the resilience of science itself. By uncovering the weak link in the brain's vast network, researchers are charting a path towards precision therapies that protect the most vulnerable cells and multiple sclerosis, once seen as a uniform storm, now emerge as a selective battle, one that can be fought with a sharper insight and targeted care. The story of MS is no longer only about the loss. It is about the possibility of safeguarding the brain's delicate symphony and ensuring that even its quickest note continue to play. So now we have come to the end of this discussion. Look forward for your comments on this subject. Thanks for watching, and feel free to put your questions regarding today's content. Please subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज हम स्पेसएक्स के आईपीओ के बारे में बात करेंगे। आपको सबको पता होगा कि रिसेंटली एक स्पेसएक्स का बहुत बड़ा एक आईपीओ आया है मार्केट में। आपने क्या उसमें निवेश किया है या सोच रहे हैं? एलन मस्क की कंपनी स्पेसएक्स शेयर मार्केट में एक धमाकेदार एंट्री ले चुकी है और आज हम इस वीडियो में बात करेंगे कि लिस्टिंग के बाद शेयरों में क्यों ऐसी इतना उछाल आया है, रॉकेट जैसी तेजी से बाजार में उछाल आया है और बाजार ने इतना पॉजिटिव रिएक्शन क्यों दिया है, इसके बारे में हम चर्चा करते हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। दोस्तों 12 जून 2026 को ये स्पेसएक्स का जो आईपीओ था वो लिस्ट हुआ था स्टॉक एक्सचेंज पे और ये एक मामूली आईपीओ नहीं है, ये दुनिया का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ था। ट्रिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स की बात हो रही है इसमें। एलन मस्क की कंपनी ने शेयर बाजार में कदम रखा, पहली दफा रखा है और इसने कदम रखते ही तूफान आ गया है, बहुत ज़्यादा तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ा है। और हम इसकी बात करेंगे, जब इसकी बात कर रहे हैं तो इसकी वैल्यू ऑलरेडी 2.1 ट्रिलियन का मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन कर चुकी है कुछ ही घंटों में, कुछ ही दिनों के अंदर। तो हम अपना एनालिसिस चालू रखेंगे, लेकिन दोस्तों अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि कौन से सिटी से आप हमारा ये प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप ये वीडियो देखना चाह रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। सबसे पहले नंबर्स की बात करते हैं। स्पेसएक्स ने आपके शेयरों जो शेयर था वो $135 के ऊपर लिस्ट किया था और मतलब कि जो स्टार्टिंग प्राइस है $135 है, मार्केट खुलेगा तो 135 से लिस्ट होगा। अब वहाँ पे जब लिस्टिंग जब खुलता है मार्केट, तो उसके बाद ऊपर भी जाता है, नीचे भी जाता है, लेकिन सबको हैरान कर दिया। शेयरों ने जल्दी मार्केट खुलते ही 19% की उछाल मारी, और डे का जो बिजनेस बंद होते होते 160.95, मतलब 135 पे ये चालू हुआ था और दिन के अंत होते होते $160.95 तक पहुंच गया। ये पर शेयर की प्राइस है। अब इसका सीधा मतलब ये है कि महज एक दिन में ही कंपनी की वैल्यूएशन 2.1 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंच गई, और ये 21 बैंकों के सिंडिकेट द्वारा मैनेज किया गया एक विशाल ऑपरेशन था, जिसे इंटरनली एक प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स के नाम दिया गया है। जो स्पेस एक्स ने इस प्रोजेक्ट को प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स दिया गया है, और ये ग्लोबल एक आईपीओ है जिसमें अमेरिकन तो इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन दुनिया में कोई भी इंसान इसमें इन्वेस्ट कर सकता है। अब ये इन्वेस्ट करना क्यों जरूरी है? देखिए, स्पेस एक्स जो कंपनी है एक प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन उन्होंने एक बीड़ा उठाया है कि हम एक दूसरे ग्रह पे इंसानों को पहुंचाएंगे और वहां पे कॉलोनी बनाएंगे। तो ये अकेले तो कंपनी कर नहीं सकती। अगर अगर अकेले भी करे तो फिर वो कंपनी की एक प्रॉपर्टी हो जाती है, जैसे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी ने भारत पे अटैक कर दिया था 200 साल पहले, 300 साल पहले। तो अगर ये मार्स पे जाते हैं तो इनकी हो जाती है। लेकिन अगर अगर ये आईपीओ है और इसको शेयर मार्केट में लोगों ने पब्लिक ने इन्वेस्ट किया इसके अंदर, तो सबकी इसमें हिस्सेदारी हो जाती है। एक ये पब्लिक कंपनी बन जाती है, जिससे कि अगर वहाँ पे इस्टेब्लिश किया जाए तो जितने भी शेयर होल्डर्स हैं उनका पहला हक बन जाता है। तो इसीलिए ये जो आईपीओ है ये इतना इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है, और इसी की वजह से जो लोग हैं काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए। आप देखिए 2.1 ट्रिलियन हो गया, ये अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ है दुनिया में। अब सवाल है कि आखिर इस कंपनी में ऐसा क्या है, और ये सिर्फ क्या रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी है? तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं कि इसमें इतना एक्साइटमेंट क्यों आ रहा है लोगों को। सबसे पहले देखिए, स्टारलिंक स्टारलिंक जो एक कंपनी है इलॉन मस्क की, ये इंटरनेट प्रोवाइड करती है। तो ये इनका एक पार्टनरशिप है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, जो भी इलॉन मस्क की कंपनी है। तो स्टारलिंक अगर नहीं है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, तो कम्युनिकेशन कितना डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। अगर मार्स पे पहुंच गए तो कम्युनिकेट कैसे करेंगे, इंटरनेट कैसे चलेगा, ईमेल कैसे आएगी? तो उसके लिए स्टारलिंक है, और जिसके वजह से जो स्पेस एक्स है वो स्टारलिंक के टेक्नोलॉजी को लेवरेज कर सकता है जब वो मार्स पे अपनी कॉलोनी बनाए। इसके अलावा इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक कार्स हैं, इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक बैटरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो टेस्ला है वो है। तो जब मार्स पे जाएंगे तो उनको बैटरी बैकअप इक्विपमेंट लगेगा, वहाँ पे मार्स पे चलने वाली गाड़ियाँ लगेंगी। तो वो सब बनाने का जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो टेस्ला के पास है। तो स्पेस एक्स हो गया आपका, टेस्ला हो गया आपका, स्टारलिंक हो गया। उसके बाद एलॉन मस्क की टनलिंग कंपनी है, बोरिंग कंपनी है, जो टनल बनाती है ज़मीन के अंदर। तो मार्स पे जाएंगे तो ज़मीन के ऊपर रहेंगे या ज़मीन के नीचे कंस्ट्रक्शन वगैरह करना पड़ेगा, तो उसके लिए उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी टनलिंग की होगी, जो बोरिंग करते हैं ज़मीन के अंदर, जिसमें बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेन्स चलाते हैं, तो वो होगा। अब ट्रेनों की बात हुई है तो इनके पास हाइपर लूप, आपने सुना होगा कुछ साल पहले इन्होंने एक कंपनी स्टार्ट की थी हाइपर लूप की, जो जो जमीन के अंदर टनल के अंदर एक ट्रेन चलती है बिना किसी इंजन के, सिर्फ वैक्यूम से चलती है। तो वो भी इनके पास है। तो आप समझिए कि जो स्पेस सेक्स है एक बहुत ही सीरियस कंटेंडर है, और इनके पास बहुत सारी और टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं जिससे स्पेस में जाके और फिर वहाँ मार्स पे लैंड करके और उसके बाद वहाँ पे कॉलोनी स्टैब्लिश करने का पूरा इन्होंने बेसिक बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑलरेडी खड़ा कर दिया है। अब बात करते हैं एआई की। तो इलॉन मस्क की एक और कंपनी है जिसका नाम है एक्स एआई। ये जो कंपनी है ये उसको उन्होंने स्टारलिंक के साथ मर्ज कर दिया है। और आप देखिए ग्रॉक उनका जो एआई है जो ट्विटर पे चलता है, जिसको हम एक्स प्लेटफॉर्म बोलते हैं आज की डेट में, तो ये एक पावर हाउस है जो एआई एनेबल्ड मशीनरी, एआई एनेबल्ड सिस्टम्स जो मार्स पे इस्टेब्लिश करने में सहायता करेगा, और ये इन्हीं के खुद का ओनरशिप है एलॉन मस्क का। तो इसकी वजह से लोग इसको देखते हैं कंपनी को, स्पेस एक्स को, कि ये अकेली एक रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी नहीं है, इसके पीछे काफ़ी स्ट्रैटेजिक सॉल्यूशंस खड़े हैं जो इसी इकोसिस्टम से आते हैं। तो चलिए, मैंने काफ़ी एक्सप्लेन किया इसके बारे में। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं कि देखिए, ये आईपीओ है तो मार्केट रिस्क तो होगा ही इसके अंदर। तो अपने होशो हवास ना खोएं। सोच समझ के अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो पूरा एनालिसिस करें, अपना एनालिसिस करके और आपका लॉस एंड प्रॉफिट का एनालिसिस करके तभी इन्वेस्ट करें, क्योंकि मार्केट तो इस कंपनी पे भी वैसे ही लगेगा जैसे हर कंपनी पे लगता है। तो मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी का ध्यान रखें, अपने होशो हवास खो के और इमोशंस में आके इन्वेस्ट ना करें, क्योंकि हर कोई ऐसा नहीं करता है, पूरा फ्यूचर और बैकग्राउंड फोरग्राउंड देख के करता है। अगर आप भारतीय निवेशक हैं और इसमें इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं तो ये सेंसेक्स ऑफ निफ्टी के थ्रू भी ये इन्वेस्ट किया जा सकता है। एक प्रोसेस है जो हमारे जो स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस हैं वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं कि कैसे फॉरेन ट्रेड के अंदर आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। उसके लिए कुछ कागजी कार्रवाई करनी पड़ती है, तो वो एक स्टैंडर्ड कागजी कार्रवाई है। तो आप इंडिया में होते हुए भी स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। तो इलॉन मस्क ने मतलब जैसे ही ये स्टॉक मार्केट में आया, आईपीओ आया, वो एक ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं, दुनिया के पहले ट्रिलियनियर कहलाएंगे वो, क्योंकि आजकल तो बिलियनियर्स का ज़माना है, लेकिन वो ही अकेले ऐसे हैं जो ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं इस आईपीओ के आने के बाद। तो दोस्तों, ऑल इन ऑल ये जो आईपीओ है काफ़ी पॉजिटिव लग रहा है, लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा पहले कि आप एनालिसिस पूरा करें, उसके बाद ही इसमें आगे बढ़े अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन ओवरऑल काफ़ी पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ लग रही है इस आईपीओ के वजह से, तो इसके बारे में आपसे मैं चर्चा करना चाहता था। और मैं ये भी चाहता था कि आप सारी चीज़ों को समझें, और इसलिए मैंने एक चीज़ को आपको समझाने की कोशिश भी की इस वीडियो के अंदर। तो दोस्तों, अगर आपके कोई और सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर हमें कमेंट करके बताएं। मिलता हूँ अगले वीडियो में। जय हिंद।
Hello friends, let me ask you, is the Big Bang singularity a myth? For decades, Einstein's general relativity and the quantum mechanics have been at war. While Einstein explained the cosmos and the quantum mechanics explain the subatomic, they break down at the very beginning of the time. Enter quadratic gravity, the potential missing piece that could finally unify the physics. In this video, we dive deep into the recent breakthrough in quadratic gravity. Unlike standard general relativity, which leads to impossible singularity, quadratic gravity introduces higher order terms. This mathematical addition might prevent universe from hitting a zero, suggest a smooth, finite origin of our cosmos. Let us explore this further. For over 100 years, we have lived in Einstein's universe. His theory of general relativity is a masterpiece. It explains how gravity shapes galaxies, bend light, and keep time ticking. But if you rewind the cosmic clock back to 13.8 billion years, Einstein math does not do anything. In fact, it does something terrifying. It breaks down. At the very moment of the Big Bang, the general relativity point to a singularity, a point of infinite density and zero volume. In physics, infinite usually means we have missed something. It's a keep out sign posted by the universe. For decades, we have been looking for a bridge between the smooth curves of Einstein's gravity and the jittery, pixelated world of quantum mechanics. We have tried string theory, loop quantum gravity, and dozens of others, but a new old contender is making a wave, right? That is known as quadratic gravity. Today we are going beyond the Big Bang to see if this mathematical breakthrough is the missing piece of the cosmic puzzle. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. To understand the solution, we have to understand the failure. Einstein's gravity is based on Einstein-Hilbert action. In simple terms, it says that the matter tells space how to curve and space tells matter how to move. This works perfectly for planets and stars. But when compress the entire mass of the universe into a smaller space than an atom, gravity becomes infinitely stronger. In the standard model, this leads to mathematical blow-up. This is where the quantum mechanics usually steps in. But gravity is a non-renormalizable factor here, or a component. When physicists try to apply quantum rules to gravity, they get nonsensical results, which are infinite probabilities that makes it impossible to calculate anything. Gravity and quantum mechanics are like two languages that refuse to be translated together. So how does the quadratic gravity fix this? It does something deceptively simple. In Einstein's original equation, the math only cares about the linear curvature of the space. Quadratic gravity says, what if we add the square of that curvature to the equation? In the world of math, these are called the higher derivative terms. At the scale of our solar system, these terms are so tiny they are almost invisible. Einstein's original math still rules the day. But as you get closer to Big Bang, where curvature becomes extreme, these quadratic turns on and they act like a cosmic buffer. Instead of letting the universe collapse into a single infinite point, these terms create a repulsive effect or smoothing mechanism. Think of it like a car suspension. On a flat road, you don't feel the spring. But when you hit a massive pothole, the Big Bang, the spring compresses and prevents the car from bottoming out. Quadratic gravity prevents the universe from bottoming out into a singularity. The most exciting part is this theory is renormalizable. In the year 1970, physicist Stella Still proved that by adding these quadratic terms, the infinities in quantum gravity actually cancels out each other. For the first time, we had a version of the gravity that could play by quantum rules. So what does this mean for the Big Bang? If the quadratic gravity is correct, there was no beginning in the way we think of it. There was no point of zero volume. Instead, the universe might have reached a maximum density and then transitioned smoothly or even bounced from a previous state. It suggests a smooth origin, a universe that is finite, calculable, and most importantly, logical. It removes the magic of singularity and replaces it with elegance of higher order geometry. So is the quadratic gravity the missing piece? It's not without its own problem. Some physicists worry about the ghost, mathematical states that have negative probability, which could then threaten the stability of the theory. But the recent work in phacons and a new mathematical framework are starting to bust these ghosts. We are currently in the golden age of cosmology with new telescopes and the gravitational wave detectors. We are looking closer to the echoes of the Big Bang than ever before. If we find specific pattern in the cosmic microwave background radiation, it might just prove that quadratic gravity was at work in those first few billionth of a second. If Einstein gave us the map of the stars, quadratic gravity might finally give us the map of the beginning. So what do you think, friends? Did the universe start from nothing, or is it a continuous cycle of geometry? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more journeys into the deep fabric of reality. My name is CK. Thanks for watching. Before I go, I'd like to share a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The universe has always carried secrets in silence, but sometimes silence trembles. When black hole collides, they send ripples across space-time. Gravitational wave that race through the cosmos like a faint echo of creation itself. For decades, these waves were thought to be mere messenger of cosmic violence. Yet now, the hidden within their rhythm, scientists believe that they may have uncovered something far more profound and the elusive fingerprint of dark matter. Dark matter, the invisible weight that binds galaxies together, has long been the phantom of physics, felt but never seen, and in theory never touched. And now that through the subtle distortion in space-time music, it may finally be whispering its presence. Imagine the cosmos itself humming within the hidden chorus, a song carried not by the light but by gravity's most delicate thread. And that is the story unfolding today, the possibility that the gravitational waves are not just echoes of collisions, but for the first time, the audible clues to the shadowing substance that shape our universe. So let's find out more. In the vast silence of cosmos, there are whispers too faint for human ear, yet powerful enough to reshape our understanding of reality. Among these whispers are gravitational waves, ripple in space-time born from the violent collisions of black holes and neutron stars. For years, the scientists have listened to these waves as a messenger of cataclysm of event, but now they may be carrying a deeper secret and evidence of dark matter itself. So, going forward, the dark matter has long been the phantom of physics. It does not shine, it does not absorb, it does not scatter light. It is invisible, detectable only through its gravitational pull on galaxies and clusters. We know its existence because the cosmos behave as if the weight down by an unseen mass. Yet, despite decades of searching, no particle detectors has captured it. No telescope has revealed itself its glow, and it has remained in a shadow, elusive and untouchable. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about these waves, but gravitational waves offer a new lens. When two black hole spiral together and merge, the wave that they emit carry the imprint of everything in their environment. If the dark matter surrounds them, if it pools in the halos or the clumps near their event horizons, its presence subtly alter the rhythm of the collision. The wave stretch differently and the frequency shift. The echoes linger longer than expected. These deviations are faint, buried in noise, but with the sensitive detectors like Virgo and Kagra, the scientists are beginning to tease them, listen them, and bring the information out. Recent analysis suggests that some recorded signals cannot be explained by ordinary physics alone. The pattern hint at an invisible partner tugging at the dance of a black hole and dark matter interacting not through the light but through the gravity's most delicate thread. Imagine two massive black holes colliding and their spiral slowed ever so lightly by the halo of unseen particles. And the resulting wave carries that story across the billions of light years and arriving at Earth as a faint tremor in space-time. If confirmed, this will be definitely revolutionary. It would mean that the dark matter is not merely a passive backdrop, but an active participant in the cosmic drama. It would provide the first direct evidence of its distribution around compact objects, offering clues to its nature, whether it is made of exotic particles, primordial black holes, or something stranger still. And that we have to really find out. We have to look towards the physicists for their new findings. The implication ripple outward. Dark matter may influence how galaxies form, how stars die, and how the universe itself evolve. So, by mapping its fingerprints in gravitational waves, scientists could chart its hidden architecture, tracing the invisible presence upon which the cosmos is built. It is as if we are learning to read a secret language written into space-time itself. For the layperson, the idea is both haunting and very exciting. We live in a universe where most of the matter is unseen, yet it shapes everything we know. Now, through the faintest vibrations of space-time, we may finally be hearing its voice. So, dark matter, once silent, is actually beginning to speak through the music of colliding black holes. So, as detectors grow more sensitive and the data accumulates, the whisper will become clearer. Each new gravitational wave may carry another clue, another brush stroke in the portrait of invisible. And in that portrait lies the possibility of solving one of the greatest mysteries of modern science. And that is, what is a dark matter that binds the universe together? The journey is far from over, but the path has been illuminated. Gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic violence. They are the guides into unseen thread leading to us towards the shady heart of existence. The search for the dark matter has always been felt like chasing a shadow across the star. Yet now, through the faint tremors of space-time, the shadow begins to take form. The gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic collision. They are becoming the voice of invisible. the rhythm of unseen, and each ripple carries us closer to unveiling the hidden universe, and where the dark matter silently shapes galaxies, stars, and destiny of creation itself. Perhaps the greatest revelation is not that we are finally hearing the dark matter, but that the universe has been singing all along. We simply need to learn how to listen. So now we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, welcome. Is your leadership style stuck on a treadmill of a quarterly targets and reactive firefighting? If yes, then you've reached the right place, because in this video, we are going to decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 8. And we will translate it into a high level exit strategy for modern CEOs and business leaders. In this section, we will also discuss, or rather, decode what Bhagwan Krishna speaks of this cycle of birth and death as a place of misery, and offers a path to the ultimate bliss and perfection. For the 21st century executives, this cycle is the exhausting loop of temporary wins, market volatility, and burnout. Let's discuss this further. If you're watching this, you're likely a leader, a founder, or an executive, a very senior executive. And if you're being honest, you have felt it too. It's the corporate treadmill. You hit your Q1 target, and for a moment, there is a rush of success. But by Monday morning, the success has evaporated, replaced by the pressure of Q2. It is a cycle of birth and death. The birth of a project, death of a quarter, the constant fluctuation of the market. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 15, Bhagwan Krishna described this material world as a place of misery and transience. To the modern CEO, this isn't just a spiritual poetry, it's a perfect description of the reactive business environment. Today, we are going to discuss the exit strategy for excellence. How to stop running the cycle and start achieving what the Gita calls the ultimate perfection. So friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself, and the verse starts, having attained me, these great souls do not again suffer rebirth in this transient world full of misery because they have attained their highest perfection. Quote close. In Sanskrit, the word means temporary, and therefore think about your last three wins. How long did the satisfaction last? A week? An hour? Think about it. Most CEOs spend their lives building a sandcastle while the tide is coming in. Krishna isn't saying the world is bad. He's saying it is the inconsistent. If your happiness or your sense of excellence is tied to things that shift like market cap, public opinion, or interest rates, you are being defined by some sort of market definition, and therefore in state of misery because you are in a state of constant anxiety. The exit strategy isn't about quitting your job. It's about exiting this mental framework of dependency. The verse refers to the great souls. In business context, what separates a manager from a Mahatma? Very big question, right? So let me try and explain this. Detach from the result, attached to the purpose. That is the definition of Mahatma. A great soul, like when Krishna says, like me, when a CEO attach their identity to a higher mission, something beyond just the bottom line, they become immune to the misery of daily fluctuations. Next is the strategic stillness. When you aren't afraid of the death of a project or dip in the stock, you make better decisions. You aren't operating from a place of survival. You are operating from a place of vision. Imagine a CEO who doesn't panic when the cycle turns downwards. Why? Because they have already achieved a perfection within their own leadership philosophy that the market cannot touch them. And that is the ultimate competitive advantage. So how do we reach this ultimate bliss? It starts with perfection around pivot. Perfection in Gita isn't about the bug-free code or a flawless balance sheet. It's about dharma, which is the right action. For a CEO, ultimate bliss is the clarity that comes when your internal values, perfectly align with your external actions. When you stop chasing the temporary and start building the eternal, which is your legacy, your people, your impact, etc., the misery of the corporate cycle begins to fade away. You stop asking, how do I survive this quarter? And start asking, how do I serve the highest good through this enterprise? Ironically, when you stop obsessing over the material, which is rebirth of your profit, you often find that the profit follows you because you are now leading with clarity and that there is no lack of information within you. So, what is your exit strategy? Most CEO plan for a financial exit, a buyout, or a retirement. But the Gita suggests a spiritual exit, exiting the state of being a slave of your circumstances. By applying the wisdom of chapter 8, verse 15, you transition from a leader who is cycling to a leader who has attained perfection. You move from misery of the transient to the bliss of transcendent. Next time you feel the wall closing in or the pressure of cycle mounting, remember, you are a great soul. Your excellence doesn't depend on the world staying still. It depends on you finding the stillness within the moment. Thank you for joining me on this journey into Gita. Lead with purpose, lead with bliss, and achieve your own version of ultimate perfection. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I part ways today, let me say a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. What if the secret to stress-free leadership and the ultimate corporate alignment was written thousands of years ago? Therefore, in this video, we break down knowledge mentioned in Bhagavad Gita and translate its timeless wisdom into actionable strategies for the modern business leaders, CEOs, and executives. We will discover how shifting your mindset from ownership to offerings can radically transform your corporate strategy, eliminate executive burnout, and drive purposeful leadership. Whether you are managing a startup or leading a global corporation, learning how to detach from the outcome while elevating daily execution is the ultimate competitive advantage. Let's go. Every year, hundreds of books are published on corporate leadership. We are told to focus on KPIs, OKRs, quarterly earnings, and agile scaling. We buy into the myth that a great CEO is a master controller, someone who can bend the market, the competition, and their teams to their absolute will. But if you look closely behind the glass walls of the modern corner office, you will find a hidden epidemic: executive burnout. And is it an all-time high right now? The pressure to constantly deliver results create a toxic cycle of anxiety, fear of failure, and emotional exhaustion. Why? Because the modern business teaches us that we are the sole owner of our outcomes. When the company wins, our ego spikes. When it fails, our identity shatters. What if the antidote to this brutal cycle isn't another management framework? What if the key to ultimate executive alignment and the true peace of mind was written over thousands of years ago on a battlefield? Today we are looking at a single verse from the ancient text, the Bhagavad Gita, which is chapter 9 and verse 27. It offers radical paradigm shift and it basically offers a new kind of blueprint that can upgrade a CEO's internal operating system from stress controller to an aligned, unstoppable visionary. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. So in this chapter, Bhagwan Krishna is speaking to Arjun, a warrior prince facing an overwhelming crisis of duty and identity. In verse 27, Krishna gives him a deceptively simple directive, and the quote starts: whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer, whatever you give in charity, and whatever austerity you can perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering onto me. And the quote close. Now, at a glance, a corporate executive might look at this and think, this is a religious text about devotion. What does this have to do with my Q3 strategy or managing a multi-billion dollar budget? The answer is everything. Let's break down the language of this verse through the lens of the modern leadership. Bhagwan Krishna outlines 5 years of life, and when you map them into life of a CEO, a spectacular framework emerges. So, whatever you do, the first phrase, this is your core execution. The emails you send, the board meetings you chair, the strategic pivots you execute, etc. Next, whatever you eat. This represents what you consume, not just food, but data, media, energy that you absorb and sustain yourself. Next, whatever you offer. This is your sacrifices. The late night, the hard work, the creative energy you pour into your enterprise, etc. Next, whatever you give in charity. This is your philanthropy, your corporate social responsibility, and how you take care of your stakeholders and employees. Next, whatever austerity you perform. These are your challenges and disciplines. Firing a toxic executive, managing a market downturn, or making a difficult ethical decision. The verse ends with a golden rule: do it as an offering to me. The traditional CEO operates from an ownership mindset. They believe this is my company, these are my matrices, this is my legacy, and I am responsible for this final result. While this sounds accountable, it is psychologically fragile. When you believe your own outcome, you tie yourself and your worth to the variables you cannot fully control, like inflation, geopolitical shifts, or sudden market disruptions. The Gita introduces the offering mindset. It asks the leader to shift from being owner to being the custodian or the steward. So, when you treat your daily corporate duties as an offering to a higher power, whether you define that as a divine, the universe, or transcendent higher purpose, the entire nature of your work changes. Think about how you behave when you prepare a gift or an offering for someone you deeply respect. You don't cut corners, you don't do a sloppy work, you bring your absolute best. You bring perfection. Therefore, the offering mindset does not make a CEO lazy or passive. In fact, it drives a higher standard of excellence. You build the best product not out of greed or for profit, but because your work is highly devoted. You treat your employees with profound respect because managing them is a sacred duty entrusted to you. So, practically speaking, what happens when a CEO achieves this ultimate alignment? These are 3 immediate breakthroughs that you can experience. First, immunity to fear and anxiety. When a product launch fails or a funding round fails through an owner spiral into a panic. But an aligned leader says, I put my best intelligence, ethics, and effort into this as an offering. The outcome is not in my hand. This detachment gives you a quite unshakable calm that allows you to pivot rationally while your competitors are panicking. Second, radical ethical clarity. So, if your work is an offering to the divine, you cannot offer something tainted by corruption, deceit, or exploitation. It forces a CEO to naturally align with conscious capitalism. Success is no longer measured solely by the balance sheet, but by the integrity of the process. Third, magnetic leadership. Employees can sense when a CEO is driven purely by ego and personal net worth versus when they are driven by a higher calling. When you lead from a place of offerings, your leadership becomes selfless. That selflessness builds deep, unbreakable trust across your entire organization. So, as we close today, I want to leave you with practical challenges. You don't have to change your corporate structure to implement chapter 9, verse 27. You only have to change your internal intent. Tomorrow morning, before you open your laptop, before you look at your phone, sit at your desk for just 60 seconds. Take a deep breath. Look at your schedule for the day and mentally say this. Every decision I make, every email I write, every conflict I resolve today, I will do it to the absolute best of my ability and I offer it up to the higher good. Take off the heavy, suffocating crown of being the sole controller of your business. Step into your true role as an aligned leader, because when your daily execution meets a timeless vision, you don't just build a successful company, you build a lasting legacy, and you will find peace in the process. So friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective resonated with you, please hit that like button, share this with your fellow leaders who need to hear it, and subscribe for more deep dive into timeless wisdom for the modern life. Lead with purpose, excel with detachment, and friends, I will see you in the next one. Before I leave you in this video, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the age of antibiotic resistance, where the once curable infection now defies machine's best weapon, a new hero emerges, not from the pharmacy, but from the world of nanotechnology. Imagine a sheet so thin it's only 1 atom thick, yet sharper than any blade nature has ever forged. This is a graphene oxide, a carbon lattice that slices through the deadly bacteria while leaving human cells untouched. It does not just fight superbug, it rewrites the rule of survival, turning physics into medicine and proving that sometimes the smallest structure can wage the bigger wars.
भारतीय इतिहास की धारा में कई योद्धा आए और गए, पर कुछ नाम ऐसे हैं जो सदियों तक गूंजते रहते हैं। फरीद खान, एक साधारण अफगान सरदार का बेटा, जिसने अपनी योग्यता और साहस से दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की और शेर शाह सूरी कहलाया। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता की नहीं है, बल्कि दूरदर्शिता की, प्रशासनिक सुधार की और अदम्य संकल्प की है। चलिए और जानते हैं इनके बारे में। और भारतीय इतिहास में कई ऐसे शासक हुए जिन्होंने अपनी योग्यता और दूरदर्शिता से समय समय पर इतिहास की और समय की धारा बदली। उनमें से एक नाम है फरीद खान, जो आगे चलकर शेर शाह सूरी के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुए। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति की नहीं है, बल्कि प्रशासनिक कौशल और न्याय प्रियता की है। फरीद खान का जन्म अफगान सरदार हसन खान सूर के घर बिहार के सासाराम में हुआ। बचपन से ही उनमें नेतृत्व की क्षमता और शिक्षा की प्रति लगाव था। उन्होंने जौनपुर में शिक्षा प्राप्त की और वहीं से प्रशासनिक ज्ञान अर्जित किया। युवा अवस्था में ही अपने पिता की जागीरों का प्रबंधन संभाला। उनकी दक्षता और न्यायप्रियता ने उन्हें जनता में लोकप्रिय बना दिया। कहा जाता है कि एक बार उन्होंने अकेले ही शेर का सामना कर उसे मार गिराया और तभी से लोग उन्हें शेर खान के नाम से बुलाने लगे। समय के साथ उन्होंने अपनी शक्ति बढ़ाई, बंगाल पर अधिकार किया। 1539 में चौसा की लड़ाई और 1540 में कन्नौज की लड़ाई में उन्होंने मुगल सम्राट हुमायूं को परास्त कर दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की। यहीं से उनकी पहचान बनी शेर शाह सूरी, सूर साम्राज्य का संस्थापक। उनका शासन काल केवल 5 वर्षों तक था, यानी कि 1540 से लेकर 1545 तक। और लेकिन इन 5 वर्षों में उन्होंने ऐसे सुधार किए जिनकी गूंज आज भी सुनाई देती है। और आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे कि अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं हमसे, किस भाषा में आप इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। और अब चलिए आगे चलते हैं, चर्चा की को और आगे बढ़ाते हैं। उन्होंने यानी कि शेर शाह सूरी ने रुपये नामक स्थायी मुद्रा की शुरुआत की, जो आगे चलकर भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ बनी। उन्होंने ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार किया, जो बंगाल से अफगानिस्तान तक फैली और व्यापार और संचार का मुख्य मार्ग बनी। उन्होंने डाक व्यवस्था की भी संगठित किया, डाक व्यवस्था भी चलाई और प्रशासनिक ढांचे को मजबूत किया। कर व्यवस्था में सुधार कर किसानों और व्यापारियों को राहत दी। 1545 में कलिंजर की किले की घेराबंदी के दौरान उनकी मृत्यु हो गई, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां और उनका सुधार इतने प्रभावी थे कि बाद में मुगल सम्राट अकबर ने भी उनसे प्रेरणा ली। शेर शाह सूरी का शासन केवल 5 वर्ष तक चला, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां इतनी प्रभावी थी कि बाद में और लोग, मतलब जो अकबर थे, उन्होंने तो उनसे प्रेरणा ली, बट आगे चल के कई सारे जो एस्पेक्ट्स थे उनकी जो उन्होंने नीतियों के, उसको लोगों ने और शासकों ने अपनाया। अगर कहा जाए कि हालांकि 5 वर्ष का उनका शासन था, बट उनकी विरासत आज भी जीवित है। फरीद खान ने शेर शाह सूरी बनने की ये जो यात्रा है, जो हमें सिखाती है कि साहस, दूरदर्शिता और न्यायप्रियता से कोई भी व्यक्ति इतिहास की धारा बदल सकता है। वे केवल एक विजेता नहीं थे, बल्कि एक महान प्रशासक और दूरदर्शी शासक थे, जिनकी नीतियां भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की नींव में आज भी गूंजती हैं। फरीद खान का शेर शाह सूरी बनने का जो रास्ता है, वो केवल सत्ता परिवर्तन की कहानी नहीं बताता, बल्कि वे भारतीय इतिहास में दूरदर्शिता, प्रशासनिक कौशल का अद्वितीय उदाहरण है। उन्होंने अल्पकालीन शासक में ही ऐसी नीतियां लागू की जिनकी गूंज आज और आगे भी सदियों तक सुनाई देती रहेंगी, चाहे वो रुपया का स्थायी मुद्रा हो, या ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार हो, या व्यवस्था में सुधार हो। उनकी गाथा हमें ये सिखाती है कि साहस और संकल्प से हर चीज प्राप्त की जा सकती है। व्यक्ति अपनी पहचान बदल सकता है और इतिहास की धारा को नई दिशा दे सकता है। तो आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपको बता दूं कि शेर शाह सूरी ने डेफिनेटली ये साबित किया कि एक शासक की महानता केवल युद्ध जीतने में नहीं है, बल्कि जनता के जीवन को सरल और सुनिश्चित बनाने में है, जनता के हृदय में अपना स्थान बनाने में है। और शेर शाह सूरी की जो यात्रा है, भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की एक विरासत का हिस्सा है, जो आज भी हमें प्रेरणा देता है कि नेतृत्व का असली अर्थ न्याय, दूरदर्शिता और जन कल्याण में ही निहित है। अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंतिम पड़ाव पर पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए। और अब इस विषय पर अगर आप कुछ अपने कमेंट्स साझा करना चाहते हैं तो यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम। और फिर आपसे दोबारा मुलाकात होगी बहुत जल्द। तब तक के लिए विदा, नमस्कार।
Hello friends, what does a 7,000-year-old text have to teach today's high-performing executives? In this video, we break down knowledge obtained from Bhagavad Gita and reveal why modern CEOs are using its timeless wisdom to build inclusive, high-trust corporate culture. Whether you are a startup founder, a corporate executive, or an inspiring manager, this video will change how you look at the modern leadership, employee retention, and organizational growth. Let's go. Think about the last time you heard the phrase psychological safety or radical inclusivity. If you track modern corporate trends, you probably read these terms weekly in Harvard Business Review or hear them being discussed by Silicon Valley founders. We treat these concepts as the cutting edge of the 21st century organizational psychology. But what if I told you that the ultimate blueprint for inclusive leadership wasn't written by a modern HR consultant, but was laid down over 7,000 years ago on a battlefield? Today, an increasing number of global CEOs and top executives are looking past standard management textbook. Instead, they are tuning into ancient wisdom, specifically Bhagavad Gita. They aren't looking at it solely as a religious text, but as a master class in human psychology, crisis management, and leadership. Therefore, in this video, friends, we are diving deep into one specific revolutionary verse, which is mentioned in chapter 9, and the verse is verse 32. We are going to unpack how this ancient verse holds the exact key to solving the modern corporate world's biggest challenges, which are employee retention, diversity, equity, building high performance, high trust culture. So friends, before we move forward, and if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look directly at the verse in chapter 9, verse 32. Bhagwan Krishna says to Arjun, and the quote starts, "All those who seeks my protection attain the supreme goal, O Parth, irrespective of their gender, caste, or qualities." And quote close. Now, at first glance, a traditional reading focuses on spiritual liberation, that the divine is accessible to everyone equally. But when a modern leader look at this text through the lens of the organizational design, the word protection and the phrase attain the supreme goal takes a powerful corporate parallel. In the ancient times, caste or qualities dictated what a person was allowed to achieve. That was a rigid system. In verse 32, Bhagwan Krishna completely shatters that hierarchy. He democratizes success. He states unambiguously that the path to highest peak is open to every single individual without the exception, provided they are given the right environment of security. For a modern CEO, this isn't just a philosophy. This is a framework for democratizing success within an enterprise. Let's isolate the first core pillar of the verse. All those who seek my protection, and quote close. What does the protection means in 2026 corporate boardroom? It means psychological safety. Harvard Business School professors Amy Edmondson defined the psychological safety as a shared belief that a team is safe for interpersonal risk taking. It means an employee knows they won't be punished, humiliated, or marginalized for speaking up, making a mistake, or offering a radical ideas. When CEOs establish a protection or safety at the top, it fundamentally changes the human behavior. Think about it. When your workforce is operating in fear of layoff, fear of toxic managers, fear of biases, their brains are stuck in survival mode. Innovation dies. Diversity becomes a hollow HR matrix rather than a competitive advantage. By taking inspiration from verse 32, a mindful CEO realizes that their primary job is not micromanager or to manage a matrix which is derived from micromanaging, but to build a fortress of trust. When your team feels safe under your leadership, they don't just do their jobs, they strive for what the verse calls and that is the supreme goal, which in a business context means peak performance and self actualization. Let's move to the second part of the verse, and the quote starts, irrespective of their gender, caste, or qualities. Quote close. This is where the Gita becomes radically modern. 7,000 years ago, it explicitly called out bias based on identity and inherent traits. In today's business landscape, we talk a lot about DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. But let's be honest, many companies treat DEI as a compliance box to tick. Bhagavad Gita challenges leaders to look much deeper. It demands radical meritocracy. When the verse mentions qualities or gunas, it refers to a person's current behavioral tendencies, past mistakes, or perceived limitations. Bhagwan Krishna is saying it does not matter where they started, what their background is, or what errors they have made in the past. If they are aligned with the vision today, they have the capacity to reach the top. As a CEO, how often do we, pigeonhole our employees? How often does a management team decides that someone doesn't have the executive presence or doesn't fit the traditional mold based on the implicit biases? When you lead the principle of verse 32nd in chapter 9, you intentionally break those biases. You actively search for talent in unconventional places. You realize that the brilliant ideas don't care about the elite university pedigree, gender, or social background. You build an ecosystem where the quietest person in the room has exactly the same runway to hit a home run as the loudest person in the same team. So how does a modern leader actually execute chapter 9 verse 32? How do we translate this timeless spiritual law into an operational reality? And I would like to add 3 steps action plan for all the executive. Step 1, redefine the safety. That the first, audit your corporate culture. Do your employee feel protected to fail forward? Celebrate intelligence failure publicly. If an employee takes a calculated risk that doesn't pan out, don't penalize them. Show the organization that your protection is real and watch how fast your innovation cycle accelerate. Number 2, democratize growth and upskill, and therefore look at the promotions, development pipelines. Are opportunities open to everyone or just inner circle? Implement blind skill assessment, open access mentorship program, and structured upskilling. Give everyone, regardless of their starting qualities, the tool to reach the organization's supreme goal. Number 3, lead with purpose, not just profit. And therefore remember that in the verse, the ultimate destination is the supreme goal. In business, employees, especially young generations, don't just work for paychecks anymore. They work for purpose. A CEO's job is to connect daily operational tasks to a higher, meaningful vision. When people know why they are fighting and who they are fighting for, their loyalty becomes unshakable. A challenge of a modern CEOs are complex. Market fluctuate, technology like AI disrupt industries overnight, and consumer behavior shifts constantly. But the fundamental core of the business has never changed. It is entirely driven by human beings. So Bhagavad Gita in chapter 9 verse 32 reminds us that leadership is not about wielding power from a corner office. True leadership is about creating an expensive, inclusive space where every individual feels secure enough to bring their whole authentic self to work. When you democratize success, you don't just build a more ethical company, you build an unstoppable business. So, friends, thanks for watching. Thanks for joining live. If this ancient perspective on the modern leadership resonate with you, hit that like button, share this video with fellow leaders, and subscribe for more deep dives into timeless wisdom for the modern business. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. How do you build your psychological safety in your teams? So friends, until next time, lead with consciousness and keep building. Before I go, few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. It is officially happening now. After months of intense speculation, Space has filed its S1 prospectus with the SEC, setting the stage for what is projected to be the largest initial public offering, which is also known as IPO, in the history of mankind. With a target valuation of up to 1.75 trillion, Elon Musk's space giant is ready to hit the Nasdaq under the ticker symbol SPCX. In this video, therefore, we break down everything you need to know about the upcoming SpaceX IPO, including the critical dates you need to mark on your calendar and how retail investors can potentially participate. Let's go. For years, it was just a rumor, a what-if conversation on the message boards. But today, the conversation is over. SpaceX has finally filed its S1 prospectus with the SEC, and we are witnessing what is arguably the most significant capital market event of the decade. We're talking about a company that has already changed the physics of rockets and space travel, now aiming for a 1.75 trillion valuation on the Nasdaq. I'm talking about the SpaceX IPO, and the ticker symbol is SPCX. And this is expected to hit the market as early as June 12th, 2026. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. For a long time, Elon Musk was adamant SpaceX would stay private until we had a stable, functioning Mars colony. So what changed? The scale of ambition. Basically, SpaceX isn't just launching rockets anymore. It's an integrated powerhouse. Following the merger with XAI, the company is positioning itself as the backbone of space-based AI infrastructure. With a planned roadshow kicking off around June 4th, the company is looking to raise up to 75 billion to fuel its next phase of growth. So when you buy SPCX on the Nasdaq market, you aren't just buying rockets, you're buying a massive interconnected portfolio. What this portfolio contains? First, the Starlink, which is the crown jewel. It's profitable and currently drive massive chunk of company's revenue. Next, launch services, dominating the global market with securing crucial government and defense contract. Basically, if anybody has to send their spacecraft or satellite to space, SpaceX is one of the best viable option. Third is the Starship itself, the key to lowering cost and enabling future Moon and Mars mission. Therefore, Starship is a major product line from SpaceX. And lastly, the XAI integration, adding a layer of artificial intelligence that aims to build data centers in space. It isn't all smooth sailing. There is significant controversy regarding the governance structure. Reports indicate a dual class share structure where Class B shares, mostly held by Musk and the insiders, carry 10 votes per share, while the public Class A shares carry only 1 vote. The institutional investors have already voiced concerns about this level of concentration, noting that Musk will retain roughly 79% of the voting power. Add in the challenge of Musk juggling Tesla, X, Neuralink, and XAI, and you have some serious questions about where his focus truly lies. If you are a retail investor, this is what you have been waiting for. With the Nasdaq listing, direct exposure to the space economy is finally within reach. However, proceed with caution. IPOs, especially one with much hype, are notoriously volatile. Analysts are warning that you should look past the Musk factor and dive deep into their financials. Are you paying for the current reality, or are you paying for the next 20 years of projected growth? I mean, that's a very important question that every investor must contemplate. The countdown is officially on. Whether this becomes the IPO of the century or the cautionary tale, one thing is certain: the way we view the space, data, and the stock market is about to change forever. Keep an eye on the June 12th date. And as always, do your own due diligence before jumping into the stratosphere. My name is CK, and I will see you very soon in the next deep dive. Before I go today, however, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
आकाश हमेशा से मानवता का सबसे बड़ा रहस्य रहा है। जब ग्रह एक साथ आकाश में पंक्तिबद्ध होते हैं तो ये दृश्य केवल खगोल विज्ञान का गणित नहीं बल्कि संस्कृति और कल्पना का उत्सव बन जाता है। मायन सभ्यता ने इन्हें समय का चक्र का संकेत माना है। यूनानी और रोमन ने इन्हें देवताओं की इच्छा समझते थे वे लोग, और भारतीय ऋषि ने इन्हें जीवन के शुभ अशुभ का फलादेश से जोड़ा। आज भी जब बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति जैसे ग्रह एक साथ चमकते हैं तो हमें याद आता है कि ब्रह्मांड की भाषा केवल दूरबीनों और समीकरणों से नहीं बल्कि मिथकों, कविताओं और कहानियों से भी समझी जाती है। यही निरंतरता प्राचीन आकाश दर्शन से आधुनिक विज्ञान तक मानवता का साझा यात्रा ये रही है। और जहां ज्योतिष, प्रतीकवाद और विज्ञान खोजे एक ही आकाश के दो पहलू बन जाते हैं। तो चलिए जानते हैं इसके बारे में और कुछ ज्यादा। रात का आकाश सदियों से मानवता के लिए रहस्य और आकर्षण का स्रोत रहा है। जब तीन ग्रह बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति एक साथ आकाश में सीधे से दिखाई देते हैं तो ये केवल खगोल विज्ञान का अद्भुत दृश्य नहीं होता बल्कि संस्कृति, इतिहास और मानव कल्पना का भी उत्सव बन जाता है। बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति की ये ग्रह परेड का चर्चा करना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि यह केवल चमकदार आकाशीय दृश्य नहीं है, विज्ञान, संस्कृति और इतिहास को सार्थक रूप से जोड़ता है। लगभग 12 जून 2026 को सूर्यास्त के बाद पश्चिम दिशा में ये देखे गए हैं और वहां आपको ये उज्जवल परेड, ग्रहों की परेड दिखाई देगी। और बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति शाम के आकाश में एक साथ इकट्ठे हुए थे और ये एक छोटी सी जो परेड है, क्योंकि इसमें केवल 3 ग्रह शामिल हैं, लेकिन 2026 की सबसे आसान ग्रह परेड में से एक है क्योंकि सभी 3 ग्रह हम बिना दूरबीनों के अपनी आंखों से हमने देखे। एक स्थान से अपने स्थान से हम आकाश के इन 3 ग्रहों को जल्दी और आसानी से खोजने के लिए स्टार वॉक 2 जैसे ऐप का भी उपयोग कर सके थे। और बुध और सूर्य के सबसे निकट अपनी तेज गति से आकाश में चमकता है ये। और शुक्र, जिसे प्राचीन सभ्यताओं ने सुबह का तारा और शाम का तारा कहा है, अपनी उज्जवल आभा से रात को रोशन उसने किया था। और बृहस्पति, देवताओं के राजा, आप अपनी विशालता और चमक से आकाश के प्रभुत्व में जमाता है और उस दिन भी जमाया था। जब ये तीनों एक साथ आकाशीय रेखा में खड़े हुए थे तो ऐसा लगा जैसे कि मानो ब्रह्मांड स्वयं कोई कथा सुना रहा हो। इतिहास में ऐसे ग्रह संयोग को शुभ या अशुभ संकेत माना गया है। भारतीय ज्योतिष में ग्रहों की स्थिति को मानव जीवन से जोड़ा गया है, तो यूनानी और रोमन सभ्यताओं ने इन्हें देवताओं के संदेश के रूप में देखा। आज विज्ञान हमें बताता है कि केवल ग्रहों की कक्षा का गणितीय परिणाम है, लेकिन परंतु इसका जो सांस्कृतिक महत्व है अब भी उतना ही गहरा है और उतना ही डीप है। इस परेड को देखना केवल वैज्ञानिक जिज्ञासा नहीं बल्कि एक साझा अनुभव है। दुनिया भर के लोग एक ही समय पर आकाश की ओर देखते हैं और बहुत ही अचंभा से भर जाते हैं। ये हमें याद दिलाता है कि चाहे हमारी भाषाएं, हमारी संस्कृतियां और सीमाएं अलग हो, परंतु आकाश सबका है, एक साझा कैनवास जिस पर ब्रह्मांड अपनी कलाकारी करता रहता है। ग्रहों की ये परेड हमें ये भी सिखाती है कि ब्रह्मांड में सब कुछ एक लय और एक ताल में चलता है। जैसे कि संगीत के सुरों का संगम होता है, वैसे ही आकाश में ग्रहों का संगम हमें सामंजस्य और संतुलन का भी संदेश देता है। और यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके हमें बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं, किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमें अपने चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में मदद मिलती है। और आइए अब चलते हैं, अपनी चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। मानव सभ्यता की शुरुआत से ही आकाश की ओर देखना केवल जिज्ञासा नहीं, बल्कि जीवन का मार्गदर्शन रहा है। ये ग्रह एक साथ आकाश में दिखाई देते हैं तो ये दृश्य प्राचीन सभ्यताओं के लिए देवताओं का संकेत माना जाता था। मायन सभ्यता ने ग्रहों की गति को अपने कैलेंडर और अनुष्ठानों से जोड़ा। उनके लिए ग्रहों का संगम समय के चक्रव्यूह को समझने का साधन हुआ करता था। यूनानी और रोमन सभ्यताओं में इन देवताओं इसे तो पूरा जो परेड होती है ग्रहों की, उसको देवताओं की इच्छा की तरह उसको समझा गया और माना गया। बृहस्पति का उदय शक्ति का प्रतीक, शुक्र का चमकना प्रेम और सौंदर्य का संकेत। भारतीय परंपरा में ग्रहों की स्थिति को ज्योतिषीय गणना से जोड़ा गया है। वैदिक ऋषियों ने ग्रहों के संयोग को शुभ या अशुभ फलादेश से जोड़ा और ये परंपरा आज भी जीवित है। दो ज्योतिष प्रतीकवाद ग्रहों की परेड को दो ज्योतिष से अत्यंत शक्तिशाली माना गया है। बुध बुद्धि का संचार का प्रतीक, शुक्र प्रेम और कला और सौंदर्य का प्रतीक, और बृहस्पति ज्ञान धर्म और विस्तार का प्रतिनिधि करता है। जब ये तीनों एक साथ आते हैं तो इसे मानव जीवन से परिवर्तन या नए अवसर या सामूहिक ऊर्जा का संकेत माना जाता है। यही कारण है कि आज भी ग्रहों की जो परेड है वो सांस्कृतिक विमर्श से प्रासंगिक बनी हुई है। कथा कला और संस्कृति मूल्य ऐसे आकाशीय संगम केवल गणितीय घटनाएं नहीं, बल्कि कथा कौशल के स्रोत हैं। एंड अगर हम जो स्टोरीज हैं, जो कहानियां हैं, उनके बारे में सोचें, या देवताओं के मिलन का जो कहानियां होती हैं उनके बारे में सोचें, या युद्ध हो या आशीर्वाद हो, ये सारी कहानियों में हमें यही संकेत मिलता है कि ये जो पूरा संगम हो रहा है तीन ग्रहों का, जो हुआ था 12 जून के आसपास, वो कितना ही महत्वपूर्ण है, जो हमारे जीवन से जुड़ा हुआ है। कला, चित्रकार, मूर्ति कला, ये ग्रहों का संगम माना जाता है। कविताएं आकाशीय घटनाओं को प्रेम या आशा या नियति के रूप में प्रस्तुत करती रही हैं और आज भी करती हैं। आज भी जब लोग ग्रहों की परेड देखते हैं तो उन्हें ये प्रेरणा मिलती है, वो प्रेरित होते हैं कि नई कविताएं लिखने के लिए, चित्र बनाने के लिए, विज्ञान की को एक्चुअली संस्कृति से जोड़ने के लिए। आधुनिक विज्ञान से निरंतरता हम समझते हैं, क्योंकि जो ग्रह है वो एक स्पेस है जहां पर कई सारी जो इनोवेशंस, कई सारी खोजें की जा रही हैं। हम आज जानते हैं कि ग्रहों का संगम केवल उनकी कक्षाओं का परिणाम है, परंतु ये तथ्य प्राचीन परंपराओं को नकारता नहीं, बल्कि उन्हें और गहराई से देखता है, उसको गहराई से स्टडी करने के लिए हम सभी को प्रेरित करता है। खगोल विज्ञान हमें बताता है कि ग्रहों की गति गणित के नियमों से संचालित होती है। ये तो सभी बात जानते हैं। और लेकिन अगर हम संस्कृति की बात करें तो संस्कृति हमें याद दिलाती है कि इन नियमों को समझने के लिए मानव ने मिथक या ज्योतिष का सहारा लिया, पहले भी लिया और कभी कभी का हम आज भी लेते हैं।
प्राचीन आकाश दर्शन से लेकर आधुनिक दूरबीनों तक यह यात्रा हमें दिखाती है या हमें सिखाती है कि विज्ञान और संस्कृति की एक का ही ये आकाश है, लेकिन उसके दो पहलू हैं जिसको हम अलग अलग तरीके से देखते हैं और उसको अलग अलग तरीके से समझते हैं। आज के समय में जब तकनीक में हमें दूरदर्शिता मिल चुकी है, आकाश गंगाओं की तस्वीरें हमें दिखाई देती हैं और अंतरिक्ष यान और मंगल के ऊपर खोज हो रही है, मंगल की तरफ हमारी यात्रा हमारी बढ़ने को है अभी आजकल, तब भी ऐसे सरल दृश्य 3 ग्रहों का एक साथ चमकना हमें उतना ही रोमांचित करता है और हमें अपनी जड़ें से की ओर ले जाता है, हमें अपनी हिस्ट्री की तरफ ले जाता है। और उस समय जब हम हिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं तो कई सारी जो खोजें जो हमारे प्राचीन ऋषियों ने और खगोल विद जो लोग हैं उन्होंने की है, उनकी तरफ भी हमारा ध्यान आकर्षित कराता है। जब प्राचीन ऋषि और खगोलविद जो आकाश को देख कर समय और ऋतु का निर्धारण करते थे, ये भी बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है इस पूरे डिस्कशन का। ग्रहों की परेड केवल एक खगोलीय घटना नहीं, ये तो आपको मानना पड़ेगा, बल्कि एक सांस्कृतिक उत्सव है और हमें जो विज्ञान और अध्यात्म, गणित और कविता सबको एक सूत्र में बांधने का ये अवसर भी है। ग्रहों की परेड का चर्चा करना केवल वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि से नहीं, बल्कि सांस्कृतिक और मानवीय दृष्टि से भी काफी आवश्यक है। यह हमें बताता है कि आकाश केवल तारों और ग्रहों का समूह नहीं, बल्कि मानवता की साझा कथा है और जो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है। और जहां विज्ञान और आध्यात्म, गणित और कविता जब एक साथ मिलते हैं तो डेफिनेटली एक यूनिक संगम को हम देखते हैं। तो हम अपनी डिस्कशन के अंतिम पड़ाव पे पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपया हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। इस विषय पर अगर आपका कोई कमेंट है तो जरूर साझा कीजिए। हम आपसे फिर दोबारा मिलेंगे बहुत ही जल्द। अपना ख्याल रखिए। नमस्कार।
In an era where the artificial intelligence debates blur the line between mind and machine, the voice of an ancient sage still echoes with a startling clarity. I'm talking about Rishi Kapil, the father of Sankhya philosophy, who once declared that existence is woven from two eternal threads. One is Purush, that means pure consciousness, and another is Prakriti, that means nature. 25 centuries later, his vision feels uncannily modern. So let's find out more about this philosophy. In the long arc of Indian philosophy, few figures shines with the clarity and a rational brilliance, and we are talking about Rishi Kapil, the sage credited with founding of the Sankhya Darshan, and his vision was not of a ritual or myth, but an analysis, definitely also an attempt to map the very structure of existence. In an age where the spiritual truth were often veiled in the symbolism, Kapil offered a framework that was systematic, logical, and enduring. His contribution was not merely to Indian thought, but to the universal quest for understanding consciousness and matter. Kapil's philosophy began with a profound dualism, the distinction between Purush and Prakriti. So, Purush is pure consciousness, which is eternal, unchanging, and the silent witness of reality, while the Prakriti is nature, which is dynamic and mutable, the source of all material phenomena. From their interplay arises the cosmos. With its multi-simplicity of form and experience, the vision was revolutionary, for it explained the universe not as a whim of God, but unfolding principles ordered, knowable, and accessible to human reasons. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. channel. So let's continue further on this subject. He enumerated 25 tattva or principles that chart the evolution of universe from subtle intellect and egos and to the mind and also senses and element. And this systematic approach gave Sankhya its name, enumeration, and its enduring appeal. Kapil's framework becomes the foundation upon which later traditions, including yoga and Ayurveda, built their practices. The Trigun theory, that is three-dimension theory, and in this Trigun theory, there are three subjects which definitely are debatable and they are very, very unique. One is sattva. Sattva means purity. The other one is rajas, that means passion, and the last one is tamas, that is darkness. And this all remains the central of understanding human psychology and health even today. So while Kapil was not merely a philosopher of categories, his ultimate concern was liberation, that is moksha. And he taught that bondages arise when the consciousness identifies with the matter, mistaking the transient of eternal. So that is one thing which is very, very deep. And when we talk about liberation, liberation comes through a discrimination and recognizing the difference between Purush and Prakriti. In this clarity lies freedom, the soul no longer entangled in the cycles of birth and death, but resting in its own pure awareness. His path was one of the knowledge and it is not a ritual, but it is insight and not any kind of spiritual superficiality, you know. So in 2026, the Kapil's relevance is striking. So as humanity grapples with the artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and the blurring of boundaries between mind and machine, his distinction between consciousness and material processes offer a lens of clarity. So, neuroscience may map the mind, the algorithm may stimulate thought, but Kapil's remind us that awareness itself, the silent witness, is actually indissoluble. So his philosophy resonates with modern debate on whether consciousness can be explained by material science or whether it points to something beyond. So definitely this is a point of discussion, getting more awareness about this. So moreover, Kapil's Trigun theory finds echoes in contemporary psychology and behavioral science. The restless drive of rajas, the inertia of tamas, and the clarity of sattva mirrors the state of mind studied even today. So his insight into kind of the idea that effects the pre-exist in the cause align with the modern understanding of continuity in neutral processes. So in a sustainability discourse, his vision of interconnectedness between matter and consciousness inspire holistic approach of ecology and ethics. So Kapil's legacy also lives in Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna speaks of Sankhya as the path of wisdom and contemplating yoga and devotion. His rational spirit influenced Buddhist and Jain thoughts also, and his systematic enumeration shaped the centuries of Indian intellectual life. So in every age, his philosophy has been rediscovered not as a relic but a living framework of inquiry, of living, understanding the Sankhya philosophy. As we stand in 2026, facing crisis of environment, technology, and identity, Kapil's voice whispers across millennia. And see clarity, distinguish the eternal from the transient, and liberation will follow. So his contribution is not confined to ancient text. It is a compass of modern seekers, scientists, and philosophers alike. In the lattice of his 25th principle, we find not only a map of cosmos but a mirror for the human conditions. Kapil's gift was not the courage to think systematically, to trust reason along the side devotion, and to see the liberation as the fruit of knowledge. His Sankhya reminds us one of the humanity's earliest and most profound attempt to understand existence. In 2026, as we decode genomes and program a machine, his wisdoms reminds us the dance of matter is endless. But the witness, the Purush, remains untouched, eternal, and free. So we have come to the end of this live stream. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward for your comments on this topic. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Beneath Saturn's shimmering rings lies Titan, a world that glows like a lantern in outer dark. At first glance, it seems inhospitable. Icy crust, methane seas, and an atmosphere thick with haze. Yet, NASA's studies now reveal it as something astonishing, a celestial warehouse of fuel and raw material, waiting to be unlocked. Titan is no longer just a distant moon, it is a potential lifeline, a refueling station for spacecraft venturing deeper into the solar system. In its frozen lake and hidden reservoirs lies the promise of sustaining human survival far beyond Earth, transforming this alien world into a gateway to the stars. So let's find out more. In the frozen twilight of Saturn's orbit, Titan looms as more than just a moon. It is a world of methane seas, hydrocarbon dunes, and dense atmosphere that whispers possibilities for humanity's next great leap. For decades, Titan was seen as the curiosity, an alien landscape shrouded in orange haze. Now, NASA studies suggest that it could become as something far more profound, a resource, a hub for deep space mission, a cosmic refueling station that might one day sustain human survival beyond Earth. Titan's atmosphere is thick with nitrogen and methane, a cocktail that could harness for fuel. Its lakes,
and seas filled with liquid hydrocarbon and are a reservoir of energy waiting to be trapped. Imagine a spacecraft arriving from interplanetary journeys dipped into Titan's resources to refuel before pressing onward to the outer solar system. The very chemistry that makes Titan strange could actually make it indispensable. Methane, easily converted into rocket fuel, could transform Titan into a pit stop for explorer and bound for Neptune, Pluto, or even interstellar space flights. But Titans offer more than a fuel. Its icy crust hide water, potentially accessible for life support system. Oxygen extracted from water ice could sustain human colonies, while hydrogen could power engines or habitats. The moon's organic chemistry, complex molecule formed in its atmosphere, may provide raw material for plastic, for medicines, or even for food supplements. In Titan's alien chemistry, humanity might find the building block of survival. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching us, and that will definitely help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, let's continue with our discussion. The impact on human life is staggering to imagine. A future settlement on Titan would not only be fragile outpost clinging to survival, but a thriving hub of resources, extraction, and innovation. So, colonists could live beneath protective dome, shielded from cold, while the robotic harvesters skim methane from the seas. So Titan's gravity, weaker than Earth, would ease construction and transport. Its atmosphere, though unbreathable, would protect against radiation, making it safer than the barren surface of Mars or Moon. So, in Titan's embrace, the humanity could endure, adapt, and extend. So here, the vision extend beyond Titan itself. So, by serving as a resource hub, Titan become a stepping stone for species. The missions to the outer planet, once impossible due to fuel constraints, could launch from Titan's reserves. Long durations voyages and perhaps even the first interstellar probes might rely on Titan's hydrocarbons to push beyond the heliospheres. In this way, the Titan is more just a moon. It is a gateway, a bridge between the solar system and the stars. Philosophically, the Titan challenges our sense of home. Survival on Earth has always depend on the planet's natural abundance. But Titan teaches us that survival can be engineered, that life can persist in places utterly alien. It is a reminder that humanity's resilience lie not only in biology but in ingenuity. To thrive on Titan would be proof that the survival is not bound to Earth's cradle; it is a universal possibilities. So, of course, the challenges remains. So, the Titan's cold is lethal and its distance immense. Its environment is hostile, but extracting resources will depend technologies we have yet to master. But every frontier has been daunting before it is conquered. So just as the steam ships once crossed ocean and rockets once pierced the sky, so too will humanity find ways to harvest Titan's bounty. The moon's strangeness is not a barrier, it is an invitation. So, in the end,
Titan's promise is not merely about fuel or material. It is about survival, expansion, and audacity to imagine. So, going forward, the future where the humanity now this kind of audacity where humanity think and the future is not only confined to one world. We have an option. So Titan could be the lifeline that sustain us when earth flatters, or the boat may enable journeys to stars, providing a ground where we learn and to endure in the hardest of the environment. In its methane seas and the icy crust lies the possibility of new chapter in human history. So once where the survival is not a question of chance, but of choice, ingenuity, and courage. So we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel. We look forward for your comments on this topic and see you in the next one.
Hello friends, let me ask you, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is 7,000-year-old manuscript, and some of the teachings in Bhagavad Gita can be directly related to the modern day CEOs and entrepreneurs. While the corporate world focuses on the external ROIs, the Gita point towards the ultimate ROI, which is transitioning from material containment to absolute clarity. Let us discuss this further. In the corner office of any major corporation, the metrics are always the same, which is EBITDA, market share, quarterly growth, and the shareholder value. We call this the return on investment. But there is a hidden tax being paid every single day that doesn't show up on a balance sheet. It is a tax of the cluttered mind. Think about your last major decision. Was it made with 100% clarity, or was it colored by the fatigue of the previous meetings, anxiety of fluctuating markets, or perhaps the flicker of ego? Most leaders operate in a state of what the Bhagavad Gita calls material contamination. In modern terms, we call it cognitive noise. Today, we are going to take a look at 7,000-year-old formula that offers a different kind of ROI. We are looking at chapter 6, verse 28 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that promises not just success, but the ultimate happiness, and for a CEO, that might be most strategic advantage you can possess. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching our live stream. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's look at the verse itself. And the verse says, quote starts, the yogic practice free from material contamination, and by connecting with the divine, he reaches the ultimate happiness. Quote close. All right. So this, this sounds like something like a yogic practice for a busy executive, and divine might sound like they are being asked to go to a mountain retreat and not to a boardroom. But let's translate this into the language of leadership. The verse identify three distinct stages. First, the process. A yogic practice which require consistent mental discipline. Number two, the result, the freedom from contamination, which is removal of all biases and noise. 3. The goal, the ultimate happiness, which is a state of peak performance and flow. And therefore, for a CEO, this is something which is not just spiritual. It is a blueprint of the operational, operational side of your activities, right? Don't you think so? All right. So this is going to also, improve your excellence in yourself. What does the Gita mean by contamination in the context of 21st century company? Contamination is anything that obscure your true vision in the boardroom. This looks like ego trap. And there are several things attached to the ego trap. First is making decision to win an argument rather than to serve the company's mission. Second is analysis paralysis, being so bogged down by data that you lose your intuitiveness, gut feeling, etc. Third is the emotional residue, carrying the frustration of a failed merger into your dinner with your family, or worse, into your next strategic session. When a CEO is contaminated, they are reactive. When you are reactive, you are predictable. And in business, being predictable is a liability. The Gita suggests that through yogic practice, which can be defined as structured meditation, mindfulness, and radical self-awareness, we begin to filter this contamination. Imagine your mind as a lens. Over years of high stress leadership, that lens get covered in dust. This verse is about daily habit of wiping the lens clean. The verse mentioned, contact with divine, etc. The word of high performance, we have a different word for this, which is flow. And it is that state where the self vanishes, the time slows down, and you execute with effortless precision. But there is a deeper layer here. For a CEO, connecting with the divine can be interpreted as connecting with the highest purpose. When a leader is connected to a purpose greater than their own paycheck or their own reputation, something shifts. This connection provides a steady anchor. And if the market crashes, the anchor holds. If the media attacks, the anchor holds. Why? Because your sense of ultimate happiness is no longer tied to the external material world. It is, it is sourced from an internal connection to the truth. This is the ultimate ROI. And if you cannot be shaken by external volatility, you become most stable point in your organization. Everyone else will look towards you to see how you react. If you are connected to that inner clarity, your organization stays calm. So how does a CEO actually do this? We don't expect you to move the Himalayas. The Gita was spoken on a battlefield, not a yoga studio. It is a manual for the people in the thick of fight. Certain things you can do, something like you can actually plan your stillness. Treat your meditation or reflection time like a board meeting. You wouldn't skip a meeting with your top investor. Don't skip the meeting with your inner self. This is where the cleaning happens. The contamination check is the second step. Before every major meeting, ask yourself, is there a contamination within you? Am I angry? Am I seeking validation? Identify the noise and it loses its power over you. Leading from sukha, which is happiness, most leaders believe happiness comes after the success. Verse 28 flips that script. It says the practice leads to happiness, and happiness is the foundation for everything else. Lead from a place of fulfillment, and your decisions will be more sustainable and ethical. We live in an era of a hyper contamination, information overload, social media pressures, and relentless pace of AI are making clarity harder to find than ever before, right? The CEO of the future is not the one with the most data. It is the one with the cleanest lens. By practicing the principle of Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 28, you aren't just becoming a better spiritual person. You are becoming more effective, more resilient, and more visionary leader. you are trading the temporary high of material gains for the ultimate happiness and for a clear mind. This is the ultimate ROI, and we have come to the end of our discussion today. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Now, go back to your desk, take a deep breath, and remove contamination from your mind. Lead with clarity. So friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I move on to the next topic, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, is the mystery of our third interstellar visitor has finally been solved. In this video, we dive deep into the groundbreaking discovery of 3I Atlas and the incredible journey astronomers took to trace its path back to its source. For years, we wondered where this high-speed wanderer originated, but the answer, may lie in chilling than ever imagined. Okay. Well, imagine a world where Harry Potter and the Top Gun live under the same roof, right? And where the gritty prestige of HBO and the massive broadcast reach of CBS are controlled by the same board of directors. Well, stop imagining. On April 20th, 2026, the media landscape shifted on its axis. Warner Brothers Discovery shareholder officially voted to approve a massive $110 billion merger with Paramount Skydance. It is a deal that essentially kills the streaming war, as we know them from the last decade. We aren't just looking at another merger, we are looking at the birth of media titans specifically designed to survive the wreckage of the peak TV era. But this wasn't a smooth ride. It involved a hostile bid, a rejected offer from Netflix, and a shareholder revolt over executive payouts that would make Roman Emperor blush. Today we are breaking down the WBD Paramount Power Play. What happens to the Max and Paramount Plus? Why does the shareholder reject David Zaslav's massive bonus? And most importantly, how does this affect your subscription bill? So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's talk money. Paramount Skydance, led by David Allison, is acquiring 100% of the Warner Brothers Discovery. The price tag, what is this price tag? It is $31 per share in cash. When you factor this WBD significant debt, the total enterprise value hit a staggering $111 billion. This wasn't WBD's first choice. Earlier this year, Netflix actually tried to swoop in $72 billion bid for just the studio and the streaming assets. But Paramount went for the all or nothing strategy. They didn't just want the movies, they wanted the cable network, the news, and the sports. By February 27th, Netflix blinked. They cited capital discipline and walked away. Paramount, backed by Allison family, which is, of course, you know Allison, right? The Larry Ellison family. Larry Ellison is the founder of Oracle, also very, very famous entrepreneur, globally known. And Redbird Capital. They both stepped up with the cash. WBD shareholders are now overwhelmingly given their blessings with 1.7 billion votes in favor. However, the deal isn't closed yet. It's expected to finalize in Q3 of 2026, pending some very intense regulatory scrutiny. So what does this mean? It's all about synergy. The goal here is to create a next generation media company. Think about the intellectual property, which is IP library, they now control together as one entity. We're talking about DC Universe meeting Mission Impossible, right? The Game of Thrones alongside Star Trek, SpongeBob SquarePants, Sesame Street under one banner. But the biggest change for us as a consumer, the super streamer, managed managed by the combined entity, and the people who are going to manage this whole thing have already hinted that Max and Paramount Plus will eventually merge into a single platform. For the companies, this saves billions, specifically 6 billion annually by this change. Alright, so they no longer have to pay for the two separate tech stacks, two marketing departments, or two set of overhead. For the viewer, it means one app to rule, to view all of them, to rule all of them. But it also means less competition, which historically lead to, you guessed it, price hike. So if there is no competition, they have consolidated the market. They are free to put any price tag, whatever they want, right? There is no pressure from the market. So if there is one thing that keeps the lights on the old media, it's the live sports, and this merger creates an absolute juggernaut. Combined WBD and Paramount now holds the right to the NFL via CBS, NCAA March Madness, NHL and MLB Championship leagues, the Olympic internationally, and the PGA tours and UFC. In a world where Amazon and Apple are trying to buy their way into sports, this combined entity becomes the must have partner for every major league. They have the broadcast reach of CBS for the big games and streaming flexibility of Max for everything else. This is their shield against Netflix, which has only recently started dipping its toes into live events. Now, let's get to the spicy part. While the shareholder loved the deal, they hate the exit packages. WBD CEO David Zaslav, a man often criticized for his aggressive cost-cutting and vaulting of completed films, was lined up for a golden parachute worth $850 million as an exit for himself. At the special meeting on April 23rd, shareholder voted forcefully against these executive payouts. 1.4 billion votes were casted against the compensation packages. Now, here is the kicker. The vote is non-binding. Technically, board can still pay him, but the message is clear. Hollywood creators and investors alike are tired of seeing massive executive bonuses while the industry suffers through layoffs and budget cuts. Even Hollywood legends like Denis Villeneuve and David Fincher signed an open letter opposing the consolidation, fearing it will lead to fewer choices and less creative freedom. So, is the deal done? Not quite. The US Department of Justice and the UK regulatory bodies are currently looking at this with a magnifying glass. Senators like Elizabeth Warren have already called it an antitrust disaster that threatens to raise prices for American families. If the deal doesn't close by September 30th, a ticking fee kick in Paramount will have to pay WBD shareholders an extra 25 cents per share every quarter. It's a massive incentive to get across the finish line fast. The streaming war started as a race to see who could spend most money to get the most subscribers. This merger proves that the race is over. The new game is now known as survival. By joining forces, WBD and Paramount aren't trying to win the war, they're trying to make sure they are the last ones standing. So what do you think, friends? Is this a super streamer you have been waiting for, or are we just watching the slow death of a variety in Hollywood? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button to stay updated on the most massive media mergers of our lifetime. And I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, the mystery of our third interstellar visitor has finally been solved. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery of 3I Atlas and the incredible journey astronomers took to trace its path back to its source. For years, we wondered where this high-speed wanderer originated, but the answer is more chilling than we ever imagined. While Oumuamua and Borisov gave us the glimpse into the other star systems, 3I Atlas is different. New data reveals it was born in an environment of absolute extremes and extreme cold galactical origins that challenges everything we know about how comets and the planetary system forms. Let us explore this further. In the vast silence of ocean of the cosmos, things usually stay in their place. Stars keep their clusters, planets follow their tracks, but every once in a while, a ghost appears, a wanderer. In 2017, we saw Oumuamua, a bizarre cigar-shaped shard that defied explanation. In 2019, we saw 2I Borisov, a rogue comet that looked familiar but felt alien. But now in 2026 we have the third visitor, which is 3I Atlas. In fact 2025, but we are still tracking in 2026. When it first appeared in 2025 July 1st, we knew it was fast, we knew it was big. But as it sped past our sun and began its long journey back into the void, it left us a parting gift, a chemical fingerprint. For months, the world's most powerful telescopes from Alama Array in high desert of Chile or the James Webb Space Telescope have been staring at this frozen traveler. And the data just came back, and we are now finally, we know where the 3I Atlas came from. And this truth is, it is colder than anything we have ever imagined. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why 3I Atlas is so terrifying, we have to look at what it is. Astronomer calls it an interstellar object. It wasn't born in our solar system. It didn't form near Jupiter or just in the Oort cloud. It's an immigrant from another star system, likely ejected billions of years ago. On April 24th, 2026, a team from the University of Michigan led by astronomers Teresa Caureno and Luis Salazar Manzano published a paper in Nature Astronomy that changed everything. They weren't just looking at the comet's shape, they were looking at its heavy water, specifically deuterated water or HDO. In our solar system, comets have a specific ratio of regular water to heavy water. It's like a biological signature of our sun's birth. But 3I Atlas was different. Its ratio of heavy water is 30 times higher than any comet in our solar system, and it is 40 times higher than the water in our own oceans. This isn't just a slight difference. This is a neon sign screaming that this object was born in an environment we can barely comprehend. So what does this heavy water ratio tells us? It's a thermometer for the deep past. Chemical processes that create this much deuterium only happens in extreme conditions, specifically temperatures below 30 Kelvin. That is minus 406 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 253 degrees Celsius. Imagine a place so cold that even the atoms themselves seems to move in slow motion. This is where 3I Atlas was born. But here is a kicker. Astronomers think it didn't just come from a cold planet. It likely came from a loner star. Our sun was born in a crowded nursery surrounded by sibling stars that provided heat and radiation. But the home star of 3I Atlas, it was like outcast born in a dark, isolated corners of the Milky Way, where there was no other star keeping the neighborhood warm. scientists are calling it a cold galactic origin. This comet is essentially a 10 billion year old ice cube that has preserved the chemistry of a dead, frozen era of our galaxy. If the temperature doesn't haunt you, the age will definitely do. Our sun is roughly 4.6 billion years old, and we think that is ancient. But 3i Atlas initially estimated that it could be 11 billion years old. Think about that. When 3i Atlas was forming in its dark frozen cradle, the Earth didn't even exist. Our sun didn't exist. The Milky was a completely different shape. This object has been drifting through the vacuum of space for twice as long as our entire world has been alive. It is a cosmic fossil. It has survived the death of its home star, the collision of galaxies, and the slow expansion of the universe, all to end up in our backyard for a brief month, right? You might be wondering, why does it matter if the rock is cold and old? It matters because 3i Atlas is the mirror. By studying its chemistry, we aren't just learning about the random comet, we are learning about the diversity of the universe. Until now, we thought our solar system's recipe was standard. We thought water was simply water. But 3i Atlas shows us that there are regions of galaxy where building block of life are fundamentally different. If the comet had crashed into a young planet in its home system, that planet would have ocean filled with heavy water. Would life even be possible there? Or would it be a world of heavy biology fundamentally incompatible with us? As we speak, 3i Atlas is moving at 137,000 miles per hour. It has already passed Jupiter. It is heading back into the interstellar dark, away from the warmth of our sun that briefly woke it up from its long slumber. We may never see it again. In a few years, it will be just another data point in our archives, but it leaves us with a terrifying, beautiful realization: the universe is much, much bigger, much older, and much colder than we dare to believe. We have just, warm up little campfire in a very, very cold forest, right? So friends, what do you think about this? If you have any question, do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you want to keep up with the latest from the deep freeze of space, hit that subscribe button and stay curious. This next visitor could be the right around the corner. So friends, see you in the next one. But before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.